Hello and welcome to the Actual Tech Media MegaCast. My name is Jess and I am excited to be here with you all today. But before we jump into our content, I have some basic information to cover with you. Let's kick off our day here today by taking a quick tour of your audience console. And we're going to start with the questions window. Now, if you haven't already said hi, there is a whole audience of cool humans out there, so reach out and give a wave to the other members of the Actual Tech Media community. Also, keep in mind that if you have any tech issues today, a browser refresh is going to fix just about anything. But if those tech gremlins are clinging on, no problem. Just throw a comment in the question section and our crew will be there to help. We also want this to be an informative webinar for you. So throughout today's MegaCast, we hope you'll get engaged and ask all of your burning questions. Not only will we have team members responding to you over live chat, we will also have a dedicated Q&A session at the end of our presentations. And if we do not get to your question during the webinar, don't worry, because the awesome experts that we have here with us today will be following up with you after we wrap. All right, next up on our tour, there are going to be lots of cool aha moments in the MegaCast today, and if you want to share those with your community, we've made it nice and easy for you. You can use the Twitter button right there in your audience console, and the hashtag for today's MegaCast will automatically get added to your post. And our last stop on this guided tour, be sure to check out the Handouts tab for some resources and takeaways from our speakers here today. We have an info pack collection of solution briefs, white papers, data sheets, free trials, ebooks, upcoming webinars, and more. So many great resources, so be sure to go explore. And if that wasn't enough fun, we also have some exciting prizes we will be giving away throughout the MegaCast today. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about those later on, but a few quick reminders for you all. You do need to be in attendance here live at the webinar in order to qualify to win a prize, and we will follow up with all winners after we wrap the MegaCast today. Now, all winners must submit an IRS Form W-9 to Actual Tech Media, and all winners must meet the Actual Tech Media prize terms and conditions. Now, hey, if you're not sure what those are, no problem. You can find the full T's and C's in that Handouts tab. Again, just click into the Handouts section, scroll down to the bottom, and you'll find the full T's and C's waiting for you there. Now, the absolute most important thing to remember here today is that we love getting all your insightful questions during these live webinars. In fact, we love it so much that we have a special additional prize for all you inquisitive folks out there. In today's MegaCast, we will be giving away a prize for the best question asked in each of our sessions. Now, the expert speakers and teams will review all the questions asked after the webinar, which means that even if your question does not get read out in a live session, there is still a chance to win. If you are a lucky winner here today and would like to donate the value of your prize, we have several wonderful organizations that we partner with. So let us know when we follow up about winning, and we will get that rolling for you. Again, we are so happy to have you all here with us live at the MegaCast today, and we want to keep that good feeling going. So let's connect on social. Reach out and connect with Actual Tech Media on Twitter and LinkedIn. We have lots of great content, and we always want to hear from you. Now, if you're looking for more awesome content right away after we wrap, you want to jump right in, make sure that you subscribe to the Actual Tech Media channel on YouTube. Another fun way to win a prize and to grow this awesome community is to refer an industry friend or coworker to the Actual Tech Media webinar series. Now, you're going to find a link to do that right there in that Handouts tab, and you will also be automatically redirected after we wrap today. Now, both you and your coworker, your friend, could win a prize, and we actually hold those drawings every month. So be sure you refer somebody awesome before you head out today. It could quite literally be a win-win situation. Next, we have a cool opportunity for the decision makers out there to get connected with new and emerging tech and innovative vendors. Here's how it works. All you need to do is click on the link in your Handouts tab and fill out the application. Then the Actual Tech crew will match you with some vendors that we think you should be chatting with based on your needs. There will also be fun opportunities that you can choose to join in, like surveys or test running new solutions, extended demos, and so on. You'll get some chances to win extra prizes, you'll chat with great people, and you will learn about the hottest new trends in tech. So be sure to apply, or hey, send that link to a decision maker in your team. Now, I want to take a quick minute here to remind you about one of my favorite resources, and that is ransomware.org. You can find everything you need to know about ransomware, how to prepare, how to prevent and recover. The site is jam-packed with information, helpful tips, checklists, strategic approaches, case studies, everything you need in one place. So wherever you are in your ransomware preparedness journey, there is something for you at ransomware.org. So go check it out and start exploring. All right, I have one more exciting resource I have to tell you about today, and that is the Gorilla Guide Book Club. It's going to give you access to free enterprise IT books authored by top industry experts, so you can stay up to date on trending enterprise technology. And yes, these books are going to work on your Kindle, your mobile device, and they are completely free, super easy. You can download these awesome resources at gorilla.guide, and there's a link for you in the handouts tab as well. Okay, well, we've covered a lot of important things already, and I don't know about you all, but I am excited to dive in. So let's get rolling.
Hello and welcome, folks. It is shaping up to be an epic MegaCast today here as we explore the topic simplifying IT, highlighting technologies that help boost efficiency. I mean, who doesn't like efficiency? We're all short on time and tasked with additional duties, new challenges, and an ever-increasing amount of data and employees in our organizations. So why not save time and energy through technology and tools? Well, that said, you've probably been doing this a while, and now all those shiny tools that were meant to save you time and money have perhaps become a redundant mix of non-integrated services. This MegaCast is a chance to start regaining control. We'll focus on the latest technologies and tools for streamlining IT operations, reducing complexity, and improving overall performance with the help of top experts in the field. And today, I'm thrilled not to have one, not two, not three, but 8 teams presenting here. We have experts presenting from Informatica, Scale Computing, ControlUp, Okta, Nutanix, Zscaler, Pure Storage, and HPE, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise. I know you are all ready and pumped up to begin, and we have a boatload of information to cover. So we're going to get things rolling here in just a second, but we have a few last little bits of info before we are going to get things started with our speakers. So first and foremost, I just want to give you a big warm welcome and introduce myself. My name is Mackenzie Puddesy, and I am a moderator here at Actual Tech Media. And I've got my friends and fellow moderators, Jess Steinbach, Scott Becker, and Keith Ward here with us on live chat today. And in more exciting news, we have got prizes. And do I mean prizes? Woohoo! Today on the MegaCast, you could win one of 3 Microsoft Surface Pros, and we'll be giving away a $300 Amazon gift card every 30 minutes during today's events. A reminder that you must be present and live with us at the MegaCast to win. And as mentioned in the housekeeping video this morning, you can find the full T's and C's linked in the handouts tab if you have any questions about that. Now, just when you thought that was impressive, I am yet again going to up the ante. Each session also has a $50 Best Question gift card, so make sure you are sending in your thoughtful questions and are active in the chat today. In fact, just to make sure you're all alive and awake out there, why don't you find that questions tab now and send your energy and your excitement around to your fellow attendees with a big hi, hello, howdy, hola, aloha, bonjour, or whatever greeting is tickling your fancy today. You may need to expand the questions and handout window. It is a little bit small once you enter the platform, and that will let you see it a little bit better. Nice. And with that, I think we are indeed ready to rock. Now today, instead of a traditional keynote, I'll be taking you on an adventure, setting the stage for today with an interactive polling session. This should get us all thinking about the topic at hand and get us ready for what is to come from our speakers today. So, if you would, kindly, I've got our first poll up here today, and the first poll is asking, how would you describe the current state of your IT environment? And the question here is, are you a shapeshifter? Are you in tip-top shape? You've got everything there. You're ready. You're super efficient. Are you more like pretty good? You know, you may have some room for improvement. I suspect this is where a lot of top-tier IT operations actually are currently. You've got certain things locked down, but you're also constantly pushing with some new technologies to drive the business and improve a little bit your operations and how you work with your clients, which means some perhaps immature technologies in the mix, maybe piloting some AI, aggressive use of SaaS, all of which means things can't get too simple, but you are on top of it. Are you somewhere on the middle of the road? Can mean a lot of things. Maybe you've got some great things in the mix and others are causing you absolute fright. Next, starting to go to seed, it's been left out and needs a little bit of love perhaps. Or are you out of control, a hot mess? You need help. 911, alarm bells ringing. All right, we've got a lot of people here, and you are basically where I thought the bulk of you would be. Half of you are pretty good with room for improvements. We've got about 6% of you super confident, feeling like, hey, you are the top dog. You're probably here just to keep yourself on top. You've got a few middle of the roaders there, 31%, not bad, not bad. And only about 11% either, starting to go to seed or completely out of control. So if you are a hot mess, we are here to help and get you on the right path. Hopefully you'll find something here today which really gives you what you need. All right, next question I've got is, which statement best describes your organization? First one, we are in a mode of adding tools and applications. So, this question is maybe a little philosophical. In the IT industry, we see long cycles in software, and there are times where everyone is grabbing promising new technologies and putting together best of breed solutions, buying the best tech for every situation. And then there are periods of retrenchment when consolidation is the word of the day, and people would rather have an integrated stack with one throat to choke when there's a problem. We want to know where you are in this kind of cycle and get a sense of the industry at large. So again, are you in this kind of adding tools and applications mode? Are you in a mode of consolidating your tools, infrastructure, and vendors? Or are you adding tools in some areas and consolidating them in others? I'm going to leave this up for maybe 10 more seconds. So if you haven't gone in and answered, great. We've got a pretty good split here. So we've got about 31%, so about a third in the mode of consolidating. And then we've got about 45% kind of doing a little bit of both. You're upping in some areas, downing in others. And there's about 25% of you in this kind of big adding growth phase. So interesting. Okay, next one here is, what are your priority areas when it comes to simplifying IT? So really here we're looking to get a little more detailed. What are these kind of sore spots that are giving you some trouble and you really want to make a little bit better? You want to find some solutions that can perhaps put you at ease, make you more efficient, and overall save you some time so that you can start looking at the next challenge to have a little fun approaching. So again, we've got public, hybrid, and private cloud at the top. We've got SaaS applications. We've got data center hardware and tools, data management, security infrastructure and tools, development tools, and end of user experience. Okay, this is pretty split. We've got a little bit in every bucket here. I'd say we've got security, infrastructure, and tools in the lead, and we've got dev tools kind of in the straggling final horse in the race here. And let me just share the results. All right, so like you saw, we've got about 59% there at the security, infrastructure, and tools, some heavy hitters for data management and end user experience, and the rest, everything's got a little bit in its bucket. So great thing, you're going to get a little bit of everything today. So you should hopefully find at least some options for almost everything that you're looking for. All right, another question getting to the details. What are your top reasons for pursuing IT simplification? So if you are indeed on that kind of, bucket of about 45% that said we're upping some things and simplifying others, or they're about I forget now the figure, about 30%, I believe, that we're looking to simplify. Why? Is this to control your costs? Are you creating process and staff efficiencies? Do you need to free up some resources to do some strategic projects? Are you putting new AI capabilities to work? That's a hot topic. We've been in the midst of a series on AI webinars as well. So if you haven't checked that out, you should check our event calendar. There's some cool stuff going on there. Are you consolidating management tools, rationalizing tools, reducing attack surface, or finally getting a handle on data? Again, thanks for being super interactive here. Love all these responses flooding in, and let's see what everyone said. So costs, biggest concern, and creating process and staff efficiencies, as well as freeing up resources for strategic projects tend to be the big things. But again, it sounds like all of these are causing you a little bit of trouble or just something you could be doing a bit better. Awesome. Thank you for sharing that. And finally, what do you hope to learn about today? Just so we get a sense of, where are your priorities? What are you excited about? Are you looking how new or existing tools can help with IT simplification, benefits of IT simplification, challenges of IT simplification, best practices, or finally, case studies and examples of IT simplification? Now, that said, I don't know if our presenters are going to be swift enough on their feet to totally change what they're going to do, but very curious to see what you're all looking to get out of this event. And I think with the great variety of experts we've got here today, you should be able to get what you're looking for out of this. All right, I'll leave this for just 2 more seconds. Again, we've got about 29% in best practices, about 25 in how new or existing tools can help with IT simplification, and then everything is kind of in the teens otherwise. Let me share the results. All right, so best practices and new and existing tools, and then some benefits and challenges and case studies in there too. So all right, fantastic. Now, since you're all warmed up, you're hitting the polls, I've got your attention here. I'm going to just give you one final poll to answer, and this one is just asking, what's your time frame for adding new or updating your existing IT solutions at the company? So, we kind of talked about this sense of life cycles for technology and how long they last. And, you might have a license on something that you need to keep for a certain amount of time. So where are you at? Are you looking to make some immediate adjustments and changes in these next 6 months? Is this kind of a 6 to 12 game plan? Are you looking more for a year to 2 out? Or maybe you're just not sure. You're here to figure out what tools are, what options there are. And once you get a better chance or a better sense of that, you'll be able to make some ideas of how you want to prioritize those and roll them out. All right. Well, thank you again. I'm not going to share this one up. I don't have a results function built in, but about 36% of you are not so sure. We've got about 21% looking at 2 years out, 26% about a year out, or 6 to 12 months rather, and only about 16% of you are kind of in a fast moving seat. You want to get some things done in the next 6 months. So there we have it. Thank you again. And hopefully that gave you a bit of a sense of where you're at, what you're looking for today, and what you might expect on today's MegaCast. And with that, why don't we get our first presenter out here with us? Quick reminder that there is a $50 Best Question gift card for each session. So as Salim, our first presenter, is speaking, feel free to add some insightful questions into the questions tab there. And I'll be pitching some questions from the audience to Salim at the end of his presentation. And with that, please welcome from Informatica, Salim Zia. He's the Senior Product Marketing Manager at Informatica. And Salim, I'm going to kick things over to you. Take it away.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Very happy to be here. Hello, everyone. I am Salim, and I'm going to talk about how AI-powered data integration platform drives next-level IT efficiency. Here is the agenda. We will cover the situation complication, followed by why integration is hard. Then we will look into an ideal integration solution, followed by Informatica's AI-powered cloud integration platform. We will end with a customer story. So let's begin. Customers are driving digital transformation. Sales, marketing, finance, and other lines of businesses are digitizing processes. They are moving workloads from legacy systems to modern systems. As a result, they are using various number of new age applications like Salesforce, Marketo, Power BI, or data warehouses like Snowflake, Databricks. As a result, there is an explosion in the number of applications and data supporting businesses today, leading to a very complex digital landscape. As a result, there are many complications. Let us cover these one by one. Disconnected apps and data. According to a study, more than 600 applications on an average are being used by enterprises today. As a result, this is creating many complications. Let us go through them one by one. Disconnected apps and data. According to a study, more than 600 applications on an average are being used by enterprises today. Another study cites more than 100 petabytes of new data are being generated by enterprises every year. Disconnected applications and data creates data silos. As a result, executives are unable to take informed business decisions because of lack of access to right data. Another trend is data democratization and citizen data integrators. More and more business users need to access, consolidate, and process data for supporting business ideas rapidly due to lack of IT's department bandwidth to support it. Lastly, the big elephant in the house is Gen AI. Everyone wants to leverage Gen AI to gain competitive advantage, but they lack access to the right data. So, what is the solution? Both Forrester and Gartner acknowledges that data integration is crucial, but it is hard. Here are the top 3 reasons why data integration is hard. Number 1, complexity. 85% of the enterprises end up making bad decisions because they are either using point solutions or manual hand coding, making data integration very complex. Second is the skill shortage. There is a huge skill shortage of qualified developers and engineers today. According to a study, 97% of data engineering professionals report burnout, and 82% of enterprises find it very difficult to retain data engineers. Lastly, data integration costs make up a large part of the IT spending, costing organizations trillions of dollars each year and creating a financial burden. So, what is the solution? An ideal integration solution should be simple, productive, and cost effective. It needs to be a unified platform with no code, low code, and simplified user interface. It should be able to support all the patterns of data and app integration. It should be highly efficient with intelligent automation, AI driven for improved design time, and highly scalable to support trillions of transactions. It should be cost effective, easy to use, usage based. It should offer high performance and less compute. Let us see what can Informatica offer. Integration is very expensive and complex. Informatica offers easy, efficient, and cost-effective data integration for everyone, everywhere. Whether it is a developer, a line of business user, or a citizen integrator. Informatica provides an end-to-end platform for the data management. You can discover the data, ingest it, transform the data, and also apply data quality rules. You can share the data with everyone through data marketplace in a governed manner. Informatica is powered by AI engine called Clear, which offers both Copilot and GPT capabilities. Metadata is the foundation of the platform. over 50,000 metadata-aware connectors provide metadata intelligence to all our customers. Informatica supports all kinds of deployments, from elastic to serverless. With the unparalleled security, Informatica supports 5,000 customers today. Now let us look at one of our customers. Paycor is providing HR platform to organizations for managing people through recruitment, talent development, and onboarding. In 1990, Paycor realized that the leaders of small and medium businesses require a combination of human capital management technology and expert HR advice to achieve their goals. Today, Paycor partners with more than 40,000 organizations across the world. In order to achieve this goal, Informatica needed an end-to-end modern analytics platform for delivering business insights. They wanted to enable more timely data access for Paycor employees with minimal manual process. They also wanted to democratize data integration and quality to cope up with business changes and changing regulatory compliance. So Informatica partnered with Paycor and Snowflake, bringing data across enterprise applications and systems to implement data quality. As a result, Paycor was able to access data 4 times faster. It was able to improve the productivity of data engineers, freeing 4 full-time engineers for more valuable work. And at the end, with this modern data platform, they were able to ensure that the right data is available at the right time. Informatica has been providing data management solutions for ages. It provides data ingestion and replication, data integration, data quality, data governance, and master data management capabilities for your generative AI initiatives. It also offers GenAI for your data integration activities and initiatives through Clear Copilot and Clear GPT. All right. So here we come to the end of my session. Thank you so much.
Awesome, Salim. Thank you so much. That was really great. Super excited to hear all of the new things happening with Gen AI at Informatica. And we've had quite a few questions come in. So if you're ready, do you mind if I ask you some of those from the audience here?
Sure.
All right. So first question I've got here is from Joseph. Joseph is asking, when IDMC, or Intelligent Data Management Cloud, claims to be multi-cloud, does that mean it can facilitate cross-cloud data transfers between different cloud ecosystems?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yes, it means IDMC can facilitate cross-cloud transfers between different cloud ecosystems. This allows data to be seamlessly integrated, processed, and managed across various cloud platforms, enhancing the flexibility and scalability in data operations.
Okay, nice. I have a couple kind of questions around IDMC, so I'm going to batch these together. Next is asking, can I integrate other services to data integration in IDMC, like data quality?
Yes, with the same subscription, anybody can choose and use the services they need, such as data quality, application integration, and data governance, all within the same platform alongside data integration. Additionally, this year, IDMC is offering free access to the Clear GPT until the end of this year.
Okay. I have a question here. They're asking if they can get a free trial for all these services. I'm not sure if that's the IDMC or Informatica or a little bit of everything. And so let me know if you have some information on that.
Yes, we have an enterprise trial in our marketplace where you can access most of the services in the platform free for a month.
Okay, nice. And then is there any sort of service or onboarding that you guys do as part of that, or is it more just kind of like, here's the keys, go in, play around?
Yeah, so you can just go to the trial pages and just register yourself. And then we also have some learning material on Informatica Success Portal, where if you are a beginner or if you are an intermediate or you are an advanced user, you can just take up the course to enable yourself and start using the free trial.
Okay, excellent. Another question here is why IDMC when there are multiple platforms available now in the market or in market? So I
Yes,
guess,
while
what's the magic in the sauce or the secret in the sauce here?
yeah, while there are many vendors, none offer a comprehensive data management solution on a single platform. I mean, you get all the building blocks in the same platform, and why you will rely on different platforms for separate use cases when you can use one platform that can handle everything.
Nice. So really you guys have kind of consolidated all these different functions and features that exist out there into one cohesive platform.
Yeah, we have around more than 250 services, cloud services that we have in the IDMC, and use that's the advantage that we provide, that customers can use using the IPU based pricing. They can use any service across the platform, whichever fits the best to their use case.
Okay. So that's kind of scalable in terms of like how much you use, how much you pay, depending on each person's enterprise.
Yeah.
All right. Excellent. Well, I think we're pushing up against time here, but any kind of final call to action, or if people are really excited, they want to take next steps with Informatica, where should they go? What should they do?
Yeah. So if we have people who would like to try and test out our AI powered, Copilot and Claire, then they can look into this QR code and they can just scan it and register themselves, and they will get it for free, and they can do the preview and everything.
Okay, perfect. Awesome. Easy peasy. Well, thank you so much for being here, Salim. I really appreciate you letting us pick your brain and sharing some new information here.
Thank you, Mackenzie. It was an honor hearing.
Well, a pleasure. Well, take care.
Bye bye.
Alrighty, everybody. Well, awesome. I know there were a number of questions here that we didn't quite get to with Salim, but he's got to take off and we've got to keep things moving along here. That said, as you're asking questions today, do not worry whatsoever. Any questions that don't get answered during the MegaCast on these live sessions will also be passed on to the teams. So if you're looking for any specific information, follow-ups, do not worry. They'll definitely be following up with you and making sure that anything you've asked is also answered. And speaking of looking for a bit of follow-up, I've got a poll up here. So if you're looking for any additional information about the Informatica solution, take a look in there. This is essentially your kind of your wish list, your easy button. If you're looking for data sheets, a technical white paper, customer case studies, perhaps some pricing details, if you want to get walked through on a demo, if you want to try it all for yourself, or if you're already a customer and not looking for anything, you can put that in there as well. So should be great. And again, we'll have this for each vendor. So this is the easiest way to get exactly what you're looking for in an efficient manner. Now, I do want to remind you as well, we do have the handouts tab. So if you have not checked out the handouts tab quite yet, each of our speakers here has provided a handout. So they're either in a PDF or a link. And if you click over into Informatica's handout, you're going to find there is a data sheet overview of artificial intelligence for the data-driven enterprise. So it covers how the machine learning-based innovations in Claire are driving new advances in data management. So you'll definitely want to check out each of these handouts. A lot of these you cannot find online, so you may want to grab them all now, or if there's particular speakers that got you excited or specific solutions, you can grab those then. But make sure you're aware of them. Won't last forever, so I do say, I like to just mark them and grab them all right off the bat. Now, with that, I'm excited. We have got our next vendor up in the queue. This is the team from Scale Computing. And we've got not one, but two fantastic speakers that are going to be coming on in for you all. So we've got Taylor Lake, who is the Senior Product Manager, and Chris Scholes, who is the Director of Product Marketing. And with that, I think I'm going to kick things over here to Chris to do a quick intro, and then both Chris and Taylor are going to be presenting. Again, I will be able to pitch any of your awesome audience questions and queries to the duo here at the end of their presentation. So keep those questions coming in hot. Again, mindful, insightful questions can win your best question gift card, perhaps at the end of the day. So with that, okay, Taylor, Chris, I'm going to kick things over to you, and welcome to the stage, you guys.
Well, thanks for that introduction, Mackenzie, and welcome to our session today. My name is Chris Schultz, and I'm the Director of Product Marketing with Scale Computing, and I am joined by Taylor Lake, who is one of our Senior Product Managers, and we're going to give you a little peek at some of the technologies we've engineered to simplify IT and create efficiencies. So who are we? Scale Computing has been around since 2008. But we really launched our HCI solution in 2012. Many of our first customers were small and, quite frankly, typically didn't have a ton of IT expertise. They needed something that was highly available, easy to set up, easy to use, and easy to run. And then we started getting pulled into larger organizations with hundreds or even thousands of sites. And the reason was pretty simple. They generally have no one in IT at all in these distributed locations. So fast forward to why we're talking today. So this snapshot view shows the technology components within Scale Computing platform, which provides the infrastructure foundation on which you can run your applications. HyperCore software for virtualization, servers, storage, and backup disaster recovery, with powerful Fleet Manager to deliver a single manageable solution for our customers and partners. In fact, one of our customers, Resorts World Las Vegas, told us at our event there in April, it's very difficult to build software that's easy. I'm going to talk a bit about some of the technologies that underpin HyperCore on the left, and Taylor will jump in a bit to cover Fleet Manager on the right in just a few minutes. And we all know your environments can be complex, they get dirty, things fail, and it takes time to identify the problems and troubleshoot. Now, our tagline is simplicity engineered, and we pride ourselves on developing simple solutions to complex problems. And by that, we don't mean that the solution we offer itself is simple, but that we make it simple for organizations to use. And it takes something special, and our something special is the Autonomous Infrastructure Management Engine, or AIM. And fair warning, I'm going to be all about the acronyms today. So AIM is a sophisticated artificial intelligence engine that empowers organizations with automated efficiency, proactive security measures, and streamlined maintenance protocols. It's a hand-built model of the environment the cluster is running in, built in such a way that thinks about the state the system is in. Think of it as a digital twin where it's modeling the reality that the cluster is sitting in, including what's happening on the hardware in the cluster, but also the surrounding environment. So AIM is what allows HyperCore to handle the day-to-day operational, administrative tasks and maintenance automatically, monitors the system for security, hardware and software errors, and remediates those errors where possible. It identifies the root cause and minimizes the impact of those issues when it cannot repair them automatically, notifying the user with specific problem determination and action versus just sending a stream of data that then has to be interpreted by someone. And this includes actions to secure the environment. It also maintains current firmware, driver, and OS versions for security and stability purposes. By leveraging its understanding of the system's state and conditions, AIM automates the remediation tasks and swiftly addresses issues to minimize downtime, which of course is a huge time suck. And this diagram is really a bit upside down, but starting at the bottom with collectors, that's exactly what they are. It's a simple methodology that gathers the data to report system information. And moving up, to ensure the data can be trusted, we use carefully controlled variables called checked values. Underpinning AIM is the compartmentalized data layer. As the old adage goes, garbage in, garbage out. If we are going to trust AIM to take action to repair problems on the cluster, we have to know that it's going to make good decisions. And this can only happen if we can trust the data it uses to make those decisions. So check values are self-monitoring and recognize when they contain bad or old data. Reading bad data is disallowed, and the conditions and state machines that rely on that data know the data can't be used. So this prevents taking actions on the cluster that could be harmful due to any bad or stale data. And then below the sophisticated intelligence of the state machines, or on top here, there is another simpler but essential layer of intelligence called conditions. And conditions are Boolean flags that indicate problem areas, making it simple for the state machine to understand the problem and enact fixes, or an administrator when the solution requires human intervention. A concise list of problems leads to understanding the root cause quickly, and conditions often indicate what actions are required to return the cluster to a healthy state. As I've mentioned a couple times in passing already, the core intelligence in the system is a hierarchical finite state machine. AIM's state machine constantly monitors and models the reality the cluster is currently operating in, and then using that model, AIM can trigger appropriate actions. In addition to the hardware and software, AIM's model of reality includes the physical environments of temperature, power, cabling, and the logical environment, networking, and external services. Given its extensive understanding of the environment, AIM can take many actions to maximize performance and efficiency. And the state machine model itself encodes the knowledge of over a decade of experience running tens of thousands of clusters in the field, and improves that model release after release. It can model an astronomical number of possible states and take appropriate actions from any of those. Now, AIM state machines and Scribe, or the Scale Computing Reliable Independent Block Engine, work together to eliminate much of the management and intervention that our customers have seen with alternatives. Scribe has a unique architecture. Its integration runs parallel to the hypervisor. Instead of running inside a virtual machine as a VSA or a controller VM, and treats all storage in the cluster as a single logical pool for management and scalability purposes. It allows direct data flows to benefit from zero copy shared memory performance and avoids performance issues like disk partition alignment and IO intensive VM snapshot operations. So what does this do for you? You become more efficient with less stuff to monitor or fix. It eliminates complexity and performance overhead of remote storage protocols. Intelligent block distribution across the cluster maximizes data availability and performance. Disk partition alignment issues become obsolete. And it eliminates performance killing issues with traditional storage solutions. And going a bit deeper still, hypercore nodes with both flash and spinning storage allow even more capabilities in the Scribe storage architecture. Tiered nodes use hypercore enhanced automated tiering, or HEAT, and this is the last acronym I'm going to use, I swear. HEAT includes configurable flash priority allocation at the individual virtual disk level through an easy-to-use slide bar in the hypercore UI, which you can see here on the right. HEAT sets data block priority by assessing the historical I/O information on each virtual disk, establishing a block I/O heat map, and metering real-time IOPS for each virtual disk to achieve efficiency that you need across virtual disks and VMs. And heat-capable clusters will automatically assign all new writes to the flash tier until Scribe is able to accurately assess their activity. So in theory, a tiered hypercore cluster with low storage utilization could be running completely on flash storage. So these are just some of the technologies that we've been using for over a decade. I'm now going to turn things over to Taylor to talk about where the real magic happens with the latest developments of Fleet Manager. Taylor, take it away.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, I get to talk about Fleet Manager. So as Chris mentioned, all of the intelligence that's been baked into the scale computing platform on each node, it's very efficient, low resource, and that's running at the edge autonomously. But as you get into multiple clusters, hundreds, thousands, even the simplicity of a scale cluster still benefits from a centralized monitoring and management view. Obviously, there are a plethora of those tools, but Fleet Manager is built by Scale Computing to remotely monitor and manage scale computing clusters, which is really important because Scale has a unique and a uniquely simple way of offering high availability workloads. And Fleet Manager is built in complete alignment with that. So obviously you get the things you would expect from an RMM. You get dashboards, you get drill downs into clusters, nodes, VMs, and you can see here in the top a slice of the dashboard. And again, our dashboard, instead of just like throwing data at you and making you sort it out, it's already pretty much refined into a package of, okay, do I need to do anything or not? So you can see the health status is the dominant thing. And those are based off of the conditions that AIM is going to set and usually remediate itself. But if there is a condition that requires action, that will be set here with a severity and a clear message that says, here's what you need to do to remediate. So that instead of judging for yourself, spending time managing, you really just spend time when intervention is required. And this lets you know that really quickly. On the right, now I know Chris talked about this already. I'll touch on it again later. But one of the secret sauces of Scale is, it's hyperconverged, and we've been doing hyperconverged for a long time. And as part of that, we've been offering one-click upgrades. And that includes not just the hypervisor, but also the storage layer and AIM. Every component, critical BIOS updates are all being triggered with high availability for the workloads on that cluster, right from Fleet Manager. So super, super simple, clean. And I'm going to talk through a couple of the specific features that I thought were definitely worth calling out when we think of the simplicity of the solution. First up, zero-touch provisioning. Zero-touch provisioning is something that has been picking up steam lately, which is great because it's the right way to do things. Offering it with Fleet Manager. If you're not familiar with zero-touch provisioning, obviously, okay, we're dealing with physical hardware here. Things still need to be cabled together. They need power, internet. But with zero touch, what you can do is you can log into Fleet Manager, which is a cloud-hosted portal, no setup required. We just send you an email and you log in and you're good to go. Even your assets that you've purchased from Scale are already there. There's no need to manually register the nodes. You just hop in and you set, these are the LAN IPs I need. This is the LAN gateway for the site that I'm installing it at. And you hit create. And now we store the settings that you've configured in advance for your cluster. So you can be, Chris was mentioning hundreds of sites, and really you've got a small team, a small IT team. I don't know how big your IT team is, but it's always too small, right? So you can centrally configure everything with the person who knows best what those settings need to be so that that's stored in Fleet Manager. And what you are then doing is you're shipping out the clusters, the nodes. A lot of people stage them, so they're already even cabled. And so all somebody has to do is basically plug it into the wall once it arrives on site, whether the site is a manufacturing facility or a retail store or an office branch. All they have to do is connect it. And when it connects, it is hard-coded. Again, this speaks to the integration of Fleet Manager with Hypercore that makes a complete platform. It reaches out, grabs down the configuration that you set so that nobody on site is bringing a monitor or a keyboard or having to do anything that they could, potentially mess up or have to be trained on. And it's going to provision itself and show up for you in Fleet Manager, and you are ready to go. One of the goals for the project was to make it so easy that a literal baby could do it. That's my son, but he cannot do it. He can only attempt to break the cluster. But a lot of environments at the edge are as dangerous as if a baby was perilously close to them. Instead, we have enlisted store managers as young as second graders to handle the deployment. You can actually watch the video. This is not my son, but a very capable store manager can accomplish the task of plugging in the power and the internet. And that truly is all you need in order to get HA at remote sites with zero touch. So once you've done that deployment, you've really simplified it as much as humanly possible. Now it's reporting into Fleet Manager. So what does that mean for you? Obviously, it aggregates the health, like I mentioned on the dashboard. It aggregates firmware management, but you also get things like a VM list. So now, not only do you have 100 clusters, which each cluster is composed of multiple nodes all being aggregated, but now Fleet Manager can perform another layer of aggregation, and you can see all your VMs across any number of clusters, search and sort, see things that are underutilized, overutilized, and you can hop directly to the VM console from Fleet Manager with a single click. And that's utilizing our SecureLink technology. SecureLink is the remote access solution that comes integrated with Fleet Manager, no additional cost. Obviously, there's, again, a lot of remote access tools, but we're proud of SecureLink because obviously it improves your productivity because you now don't need to set up a remote access solution on each of your hosts. You don't need to maintain it. You don't need to pay for it if you're using a paid solution. And it's really secure because it's baked in and it uses all the cryptography that's already being used to get like the monitoring metrics. So it minimizes the risk of misconfiguration. So as I mentioned, when you're dealing with remote sites, you need a remote access solution. Some customers do have one that they really love and they stick with, but as this, hopefully elaborates the point, VPNs and remote desktops are tried and true, but they're not simple. There are a lot of steps to implementing them. A lot of customers, if they are a managed service provider, they might have a VPN set up at their customer site exclusively so that they can access the cluster that they have on site when they need to. And so with SecureLink, now that they can do away with that, they can do away with that not just at one site, but the dozens of sites that they are responsible for rarely having to get remote access to. And with SecureLink, you just log into Fleet Manager, find the cluster you want to access, and you're in. I mentioned I'd be bringing up rolling upgrades again. So this is one of the things that is kind of at the core of Scale. Is not only is it really simple, but that simplicity is aiding you in staying secure, staying up to date with all the latest patches, updates, again, at every layer of your hyperconverged cluster, not just the hypervisor, not just the storage layer. And we're doing that with HA baked in, no additional cost. So you're getting your VMs live migrated during the upgrade. If they even need to, we do have non-rolling upgrades as well. And so it rolls, node updates, VMs migrate back. You and the users of your applications see nothing, and you can monitor all of that from Fleet Manager. And speaking of newer things, we are just releasing Fleet Metrics so that you can review years of CPU, RAM, and storage metrics, both at the cluster level, down to the node or host, and even down to the VM level. So as I mentioned, this is not for day-to-day. Like, you're not going to have to look at this every day. But when you do have an issue, it's super helpful to be able to dive in to the details, and Scale makes that simple as well, so that you can ensure that workloads are balanced across hosts and even maybe across clusters, if that's your scenario. And then, of course, it also makes it really easy to know when you might need to add more resources, which is, again, something that a hyper-converged solution like Scale makes really simple. You can just bolt on another node to your cluster. Again, no downtime, and enjoy those resources, as well as using these metrics to plan for the inevitable hardware refresh. And with that, I'm going to pass it back to Chris to close us out and share a little customer success story.
Awesome. Thank you, Taylor. I really just wanted to close on a couple of things. If you think about needing high efficiency and reliability, consider, if you will, a police department where, as Tim Branham at Kingston Police says, it can be literally a life and death situation. This is probably one of my favorite quotes ever, that the system is so easy to manage and foolproof that we don't log into the console often enough and can never remember the password. I just love him. We kind of flew through a ton of things in a short amount of time. So if you want to know more, I encourage you all to visit the website for more information, or click any of the links here to the technologies that we've talked about, or to get an even deeper still view of how Scale Computing Platform operates. We have a link to our Theory of Operations white paper here, and the data sheet attached on the right to this session. And Mackenzie, I don't know if we're out of time or if we have time for Q&A, but I thank you and everyone for your time today.
All right. No, we definitely have some time for Q&A, so let's do that. I'm going to quickly throw up a poll. So if any of you are looking for some additional information, data sheets, white papers, case studies, pricing, et cetera, that's there, and the Scale team can hand that over to you right after the webinar today. But with that, yeah, let's dive into some questions. We actually have a ton of questions, so people are pretty excited over here, and we'll see how many we can get through. So you can either kind of both answer or kind of pick one and take it as you see fit, depending on where it lands. But first question I've got is, what setup is required to run Fleet Manager or register nodes to it?
Yeah, I can take that. So I blew past it at the beginning, but one of the things that we set out to do with Fleet Manager is to make a solution that only solves problems and didn't create them. So a lot of our RMMs, really useful, and even other hyperconverged solutions, they offer some sort of management plane, but that might need to be self-hosted, or at the very least requires a decent amount of configuration to get the host reporting back. And with our solution, because it's all Scale all the way down, it literally is just out of the box. We ship it to you, and when you log in, your hardware is already in there, ready for your use.
Excellent. I've got a few different questions around like what operating systems are supported, if you guys can shed light on that.
Yeah, I don't have a list off the top of my head. We do have that information, so we might follow up on that. I do know that we pride ourselves on, we don't have to. The reason I don't know the answer is because I don't get the question very much, because they tend to work.
Okay. So most ones.
Linux, any popular Linux distros, and even some unpopular distros.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, if you're on an uncommon operating system, reach out. But I'm sure most use cases you're pretty much covered. Okay, next question I've got here is, how does AIM's AI-driven automation enhance the efficiency of managing IT infrastructure compared to traditional management methods?
I can take that one. AIM automates routine tasks like resource allocation, system updates, and fault detection. So it reduces the need for manual intervention from traditional methods. The AI algorithms can analyze vast amounts of data to optimize system performance and predict potential issues before they occur. So that leads to the increased efficiency and reduced downtime.
All right, excellent. I know AI has been a big buzz around the industry, but I mean, I think we kind of have to be implementing it now. With the amount of data that's out there, it only makes sense. So it's exciting rather to know about this. I've got another question about AIM.
Sure.
She's asking here, can you provide examples of predictive analytics in AIM and how they help prevent potential system failures?
Sure. So AIM monitors the system health and performance continuously. So it can analyze trends in CPU usage, disk I/O, network traffic, and it'll identify the patterns that might indicate an impending hardware failure or resource bottleneck. By predicting these issues, AIM can trigger preemptive actions. It'll rebalance workloads or initiate maintenance procedures to prevent those system failures and maintain optimal performance.
All right, excellent. I love this. Okay, next question I've got here is, can nodes be added and removed to an existing cluster with ZTP?
Yeah, that's actually coming. That is a peek into the roadmap. Is ZTP, simplifies the initial stand-up, and currently you can add or remove nodes simply with a few command line interactions. And in the future, we are working on bringing that up into Fleet Manager so that it is literally a click of the button, and of course, the plugging in the physical connections, and you're off, just like ZTP today.
Okay, excellent. There's so many questions that I missed this one, but I'm paraphrasing from what I remember. Someone was basically asking if they've got a bunch of VMs now, can Scale essentially replace that and let them run just on Scale?
VMs on a different vendor? Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Like they didn't specify from where they're operating, so it could be anything.
Yeah. We have a couple tools available. Scale Computing Migrate. It's kind of a recyclable procedure to, like, if you've got a bunch of VMs that you need to move over, and we have Scale Computing Move. So depending on how much downtime you can afford, you can choose either or. But we also have services that can help migrate to Scale.
Okay. Perfect. Awesome. Well, we are pushing up against time, but any kind of one of two things or both, if people are looking to get started, they want to take some first steps, where should they go? What should they do? And also, is there any kind of final, call to action or nugget of wisdom that you'd like to leave the audience with today?
Actually, Mackenzie, I would. There's a question in here: how many administrators are needed to control these systems? The beauty of this platform is we have customers and partners with one or two administrators. And actually, one customer that I talked to quite recently, he came to our event and he said, my CFO is running our infrastructure in my absence. If the CFO can do it and a 10-year-old can do it,
then pretty much anyone can do it.
Yeah, simplicity and ease of use. That's our mantra.
That's awesome. And I do expect, some. Sorry, I thought I got dropped off here a second. I was going to say we got to get some like 14-year-olds who are legally able to work, but just like a squad of like incredible Scale computing technicians going out there. That was when I had my first part-time job, right?
That was our VP's 10-year-old son.
I love that. That's awesome. And Taylor, anything you want to add before we wrap things here?
No, I think Chris made a great point of it.
Awesome. Perfect.
It's simple so that you can do things that are more complicated, I mean, nobody wants to be updating their cluster,
No. You guys, you've got something great here. So thanks for sharing. Thanks for being on the MegaCast today. And with that, I'm gonna let you both go. Thanks again.
Thanks for having us.
A pleasure, you two. An absolute pleasure. Now, I know the poll's been up for a bit, but I'm going to take that down in a few seconds. So if you haven't answered the poll, please take your final moment to do that. Also, if you haven't yet checked out that handouts tab, well, you know what? You definitely need to, because we've got a handout in there from the Scale team, and you're going to want to check that out. What they have got in there for you is a PDF product overview of the Scale solution. So the simple, scalable, highly available software solution for modern virtualization. And it's just a few pages. So great overview if you want to pass it by in your organization, if you're looking to take some next steps. Now, that said, I somehow forgot to give away our first gift card in our first half hour. So I have not one, not two, but 3 prizes to give away before bringing out our next speaker. Quick reminder, we do need you to be here live and present on the webinar to win. Now, first winner of a $300 Amazon gift card is Aditya Varshne from Oregon. Our second gift card is Dave House from Texas. And the first Surface Pro, so if you've been, really hoping for a big prize, this is going to Patrick Galvo from Massachusetts. So again, we've got Aditya Varshni and Dave House from Texas grabbing those first gift cards, and Patrick Galvo from Massachusetts. All right, and we'll keep those prizes rolling. I'll be announcing those after each presentation here as well. And with that, let's keep the good times rolling. So next up in the queue, we have got the team here from Control Up. We have Joel Stoker. He's the Director of Product Marketing. And Joel's going to present and do a little bit of a demo as well. So I'll kick that over to Joel and we'll go from there. Take it away.
Hello everybody, I'm excited to be here today and talk to you about Control Up today. So today's topic is about how you can use Control Up's digital employee experience platform to simplify IT. And I'm going to talk about it, and I'm also going to show you some of the product. Today at the end I will do an extensive demo. First of all, my name is Joel Stocker and I run product marketing here at Control Up. I've been in the EUC industry for a little bit over 25 years, for a long time at Citrix, and for the last 4.5 years over here at Control Up. And no matter what role I had, I always have been focused on the end user experience, or as we now more talk about it, the digital employee experience. And throughout my career in conversations with customers, there's always some recurring topics, and it's stronger than ever today. And when I'm talking to customers and talking about what they're going through, what they're experiencing today to deliver the best digital workplace, we talk a lot about the change drivers. What is kind of like affecting them to be efficient in what they do. And I want to share some of the things that we collected from our customers to see if that is maybe something that resonates on your end as well. And one of the first things that comes up in a lot of these conversations is how the pace in IT organizations and demands from the employees have changed. This goes from the way employees want to work, how they want to work, the times they want to work, the devices they want to use. So there's been a lot of change in the technologies and the kind of like the power that the employee has over the technology. And this obviously is affecting IT as well. The traditional tools that were used when basically an employee had no choice or limited choice in the devices they used, the places where they worked, all those tools that were very focused on that monolithic model have definitely changed. Something that you can't really avoid talking about is how Gen AI is changing IT and organizations overall. Obviously, technologies are still maturing, but generative AI is definitely something that is high on the list of things that IT leaders need to think about, and this is of course affecting how they are implementing certain technologies. Hybrid workplace, I just talked about how the pandemic kind of like overnight changed a lot of things. And, no matter if what your choices are, if you have, partial work in the office, partial work remote, maybe the majority of your users are remote. The way or the locations where employees work have changed for most organizations. And that means that the tools that you use to monitor, to improve experience have to change with it. Security is always high on the list of items where we talk about. This is not slowing down. The vulnerabilities of devices, the vulnerabilities of applications is something that keeps on evolving, it keeps on increasing, and it's something that takes away a lot of time and a lot of money as well to address. And that, of course, is kind of like going against the budget. Yes, IT budgets have been going up, but the amount of work, the expectation from the organization that an IT organization needs to do with that money they get has increased as well. So although the budget might have been going up, there are still challenges in making those dollars last. And experience, customer experience, employee experience, the overall experience has never been more of a focus. If you deliver a great customer experience, you need to start with delivering a great employee experience. And that is where a lot of customers have challenges. Because research shows that 68% of employees believe that the technology in their company is not working effectively for them. First of all, you need to understand the problem, right? How can I deliver a great customer experience if my internal employee experience isn't up to par? And there's a cost associated with that as well. So it's not only the perception of the employee experience that employees have, it's also actually something that they can feel. It's something that you can translate into a number. Things like slow logons, users having connectivity issues, data loss, hardware failures. There is a price tag to that. And research has shown that can be over $4,000 per year per employee. But it's not just the cost of productivity for your employees. This is also affecting the business bottom line. If I can't deliver a fast service to the customer, then this is going to affect the end user. In healthcare, I can maybe not see as many patients. In finance, for example, it probably happened to all of us. You call the bank, you call a call center, and they say, sorry, my system is a little bit slow today. Now I have to wait. And as a customer, that poor experience might determine my choices in the future to go to other places for my banking needs. So no matter if you're in finance or if you're in transportation or if you're in healthcare, there is the employee productivity cost, but that same experience or lack of good experience can also impact the business bottom line. So what kind of challenges can you expect when improving or when trying to improve the digital experience? Well, first of all, manual troubleshooting and remediation takes a lot of time. There's enough data points for that. Possibly you can look at your own numbers, how the IT support desk is performing, but obviously technology, especially when it gets more complicated, becomes harder to fix. We often only look at the technology aspects of it, so the metrics that are kind of quantitative. But what about the qualitative measures? How do I insert employee feedback? How do I ask the end user for their feedback? Things like that are typically not included in the current way we look at experience. Something that's definitely relevant for the topic of today is there are so many tools. There are so many tools to solve the problem. Obviously, there are tools that historically have been used by customers. They might still be more focused or tailored towards how we used to work. All in an office, in one location, no or limited remote workers. They might have been technologies that were more tailored to when there wasn't as much employee choice. A single monolithic approach to IT. changes, new tools came in? Have you investigated if all these tools are still needed? So this is causing a lot of problems because IT needs to learn a lot of tools. They need to, once they are using them, they need to determine, hey, which tool should I use for solving this problem? You need to educate people on these tools. So if I, for example, I'm onboarding a new employee into the IT organization, I need to teach him about all these tools and how they work and when to use them. So, that is definitely a challenge that we're seeing today with a lot of our customers. And, where are you going to spend the time? A lot of these things, manual troubleshooting, the struggles with the different IT tools, are causing effect on other projects. A good one is Windows 11 readiness. We're about a year away from the end of life or the end of support of Windows 10. And, this is a project that's not going to wait. So how am I going to balance, the time between these different key projects? I talked about Gen AI earlier. You probably all have certain projects related to that as well. So how am I going to ensure that, improving the digital employee experience is not going to take away time from these other very important projects? And all these challenges are resulting in, an impact on IT and employees, causing them to be frustrated with IT. Not only the end user, but IT themselves as well. End users trying to fix problems themselves. This is especially common when people are remote. Obviously, it is not great for the reputation of an IT organization, and both IT and employees are losing productivity. So what customers need is a digital employee experience management tool. And when implementing such a tool, we can improve troubleshooting. We can improve how IT is being perceived. Less waiting times, less escalations, less tools. Obviously, certain tools will still be there, but making sure that the DEX management tools is better integrated into some of the tools that you already have. But also tool reduction is an important part of that, so that you have time to focus on these high valued IT projects. And that is why we built ControlUp. ControlUp is not new to the market. We have been around for 15 years, and we started focusing on this from day one. We built ControlUp, at that time very focused on Citrix virtual environments, to do exactly that, to make the life of IT easier and to improve the productivity for IT and employees. No matter what desktop, at that time when we started it was a virtual desktop, but today it's any desktop, no matter if it's virtual, physical, a cloud PC, any application, no matter if it's a local application, a virtual application, a SaaS application, and no matter where your end users work. That is why we built ControlUp. So ControlUp's DEX management platform is really trying to deliver on three areas. It tries to improve IT operations with automation and really improving IT workflows. We try to deliver or help you deliver a superior and secure experience for all your employees, no matter if that employee is an IT employee or an end user that you serve. And of course, to also make sure that you do this in the most cost-efficient way. Sustainability, but also device lifecycle management is super relevant today to make sure that those budget dollars go the furthest. And the DEX market is definitely not something that is just, something that is a relabeling or something that will be going away. Gartner recently released their Magic Quadrant for DEX management tools, in which ControlUp was named a leader. So let's talk about the ControlUp DEX platform. First of all, it is all about true real-time visibility. We're trying to give you the tools to do automated remediation, and as I said before, for any desktop, any application, anywhere. And at the core of that is the collection of data. Thousands of data points with built-in actions and integration into the key platforms that you need to monitor and improve the experience for. And we do that for VDI and DAS. We do that for physical and cloud PCs. For any application, no matter if it's a local application or a SaaS application. we ensure that you can keep your devices within compliance as set by your company by improving the security of devices as well as reducing risk. And all from an employee-centric point of view. No matter if that is focused on the IT person being the employee or of course the end user being the employee. Instead of a technology-centric approach, ControlUp takes an employee-centric approach. And we do that through real-time collection. We have tools that are Gen AI that can assist IT to quicker find problems and resolve problems. And we provide historical insights in addition to the real-time information. So, how do we do that? Well, we like to say we do that through the 3 C's. Collect, connect, and correct. So, first of all, we collect the data. And as I mentioned before, real-time data collection, which means in many cases we collect data every 3 seconds. We provide you with end-to-end visibility through our integrations, through our broad range of support for any desktop, no matter if it's Windows or Mac OS or Linux or a thin client, any applications anywhere. And we continuously monitor those metrics. This is not something that you do 9 to 5. You need to make sure that your resources are available at any time, so continuous monitoring is critical. And we do that through one of our agents. We have API integrations. We do synthetic testing for availability monitoring, security scanning, as well as employee surveys. The next C is connecting the dots. So I've collected all the data. Now I present that in a way that any IT person, no matter if that's level 1 or level 3, can easily detect any issues. We do that through dashboards. We do that through AI-powered detection. We have an AI chatbot. And with so much data across all of the digital workplace, with all these different technologies, it is important that you bubble up the issues that matter. And we do that through smarter prioritization, through scoring, so that no matter what problem you're trying to solve, that you can quickly determine, hey, where should I spend my time on today? And very important is, what does the data mean? Right? Turn those into actionable insights. So as I said, of course, there's dashboards, there's reports, there's scoring. I mentioned the Gen AI chatbot, but also some other innovative ways of how we can help IT administrators and level 1 help desk employees to quickly find the root cause and quickly fix the issue. And that's where we bring it to the 3rd C, correcting the course. Now, ideally, you can solve everything by automation. So we have a very, very mature automation engine, low code, so that you can automate issues as they happen. But of course, we also make sure that there's tools to do this manually. It would be great if we could predict any problem and have a solution for every problem that you don't know about yet, but sometimes manual remediation is still required. We have tools and reports to optimize your performance and IT spending, no matter if those are, for example, Azure Cloud Services, or if it's optimizing your on-premises VDI environment. We have reports for that in the product. And of course, giving you insights in the compliance and risk of your devices to make sure that it's not just about the experience, but it's about a secure experience. So our product comes with built-in actions, recommendations, of course notifications, a rich set of remote assistance tools, and integration into third-party products. And that is the digital experience platform. So let's have a look at some of the technologies that help us do this. So for this demo, I switched to our main DEX platform interface. And in my case, I land on what we call the employee screen. And we will be doing most of the demo from here. But I do want to highlight that there are, as I said, like many aspects that ControlUp can improve the digital experience for, including unified communications monitoring, which we support Teams and Zoom. We have a user sentiment module that can be used for surveys. We also support, of course, this is in our roots, VDI and DAS monitoring. So no matter if you're using Citrix or Omnissa or Microsoft AVD, We have end-to-end visibility and very deep visibility into virtual environments and other aspects of the product, including synthetic monitoring and patch management. But for this demo, I am going to start here in the employee view. And as I indicated during my presentation, we take an employee-centric approach. That's why I like to start on this module. And we are currently looking at a custom time frame, so I changed this to a specific time frame. But this goes, of course, has historical data as well as the current data. But in this case, I'm looking here at September the 5th. And this is not a very big environment. This is our demo lab. So we only have 9 different users active during this time period. And here in the top, you see some indicators, what kind of problems people are having, how many devices were online, how many applications were running, as well as how many unified communications calls were happening. Followed by that is the score over time. And as you can see, there's definitely here a dip around 5 a.m. But I'm still looking at my whole environment. And then here I can see various problem areas, including application crashes, as well as blue screens. And I can just click on those and I get more in-depth detail about what service or what application was crashing, which users were affected. And I can even drill down deeper into the cause of these application crashes. But instead of taking a holistic view, which obviously is very important for digital workplace leaders and IT operations, I'm going to take an approach here from an IT support perspective. A user calls, complains about something not working or something being slow. And obviously I can search for that employee here, or I can go to the employee list and do some filtering. But in this case, it was Andy here that opened the ticket. Now this ticket can of course be created through an existing platform such as ServiceNow. But let's say that part has been done and I'm now kind of like the support engineer that needs to solve this problem. So I'm going to go into Andy's detailed review, and he reported that he was having issues earlier in the morning. Again, I get some details about his digital workplace, what problems, what devices, how long he was online. And I can scroll down further where I can see the score over time. So he said it was in the morning, so I'm going to kind of like focus on this bit here. And you can see here in the Gantt chart at the bottom what was happening during that time. So this is the device. We get to see, when a user was active, when it was idle, maybe when the device was locked, as well as details about the applications that were running in the foreground. Although I'm not going to focus on this time here because there were obviously no issues here, very high score on a scale of 10. But we even track unified communication sessions as well as remote sessions. So if you have a physical endpoint that is connected to a VDI session or a DAS environment, that is being presented to. But I'm going to, click on here, and I already get to see some details about CPU and memory, and the top problem being network latency. This gives me an overtime view, so between 8 and 9, and after that, but obviously there was no data at that point because the user was idling. So I'm going to actually zoom in here and get a little bit more details on this specific. So I'm going all the way down to the 1 minute chunks of information. And if I go here again, so this person was running Salesforce, and according to the ticket that I have, there was an issue with using the Salesforce application. Again, I can drill down even further, and now I can see indeed that network latency was a problem at that time. Fairly high latency, that was the major effect on the experience score. Now I can, from here, drill down further into the device. So if I want to get a look at maybe, hey, maybe there's something with the networking, just a little bit further investigation, I can click on the device, which then brings me to the device itself. So here I can get, again, more information. Now I'm looking at, I started with the employee, now I'm looking at the device. So I get information about the location of where the device is located, additional information about the device itself, and key performance metrics, including, for example, network latency, user input delay. If this device was on a wireless network, I would get information about the Wi-Fi of the device and connectivity. So from here, I can do my further investigation. Now you see a whole list of tabs here where I can say, okay, what applications are installed. That is not relevant for the problem that I'm having today. But if you want more information about, what processes are running, if there were, any maybe logon duration issues, I can, go into more detail here and get more details about the actual things that were happening at that time. But if I, for example, maybe want to take a certain action, maybe I want to reboot the machine, or I have a script, maybe I know what the issue is and I want to maybe, pick a script or an action from the script library, and you have full control over that. We have a script library that you can download from, but you can also bring in your own scripts. As you can see, I can, do all kinds of things directly from the interface to remediate the problem. If all those things don't work, right, maybe I need to investigate a little bit further. I can even do remote control directly from our tool. Normally I would ask for consent, but for this demo, I'm just going to skip that part. So I'm just going to start the remote control session. And as you can see, now I have remote control. Now, as you can see here, the end user can always stop the remote control session. But now I have full remote control over the device, so I can better assist the end user with troubleshooting a certain issue that I might not have a solution for yet. Thank you so much for your time. I hope this was insightful. And if you want more information, please check out the following resources.
All right, excellent. Thank you so much. I love being able to get under the hood and see how these things actually work. So thank you for doing that demo. Lots of questions, but unfortunately we are at time. So we won't have the ability to do some Q&A here. We'll just run too far behind schedule. That said, do keep those questions coming in. We've got opportunities to pick brains and ask lots of good questions today. And of course, anything you did ask will be rounded up and sent over to the teams presenting, so they'll be able to follow up with you and make sure anything you asked, if you're searching for anything, they can inform you what that is, what the answer is that you're seeking. And again, that poll there is going to provide a similar function. If you're looking for data sheets, white papers, pricing, etc., this is your easy way to get exactly what you are looking for. I'm also going to throw the links from those QR codes up just because I know we didn't have that slide up too long. So I'm going to throw those in the chat in just a second. And again, you also may want to hop over to that handouts tab and check out the handout for ControlUp. In there, you've got a solution brief. It's a PDF, so it covers the ControlUp DEX platform and essentially the TDLR is or TLDR rather, is the ControlUp offers a holistic approach for monitoring and improving your digital workplace experience. And with that, I've got another prize to give away. So let's do that. So third gift card here for $300 to Amazon is going out to Asmir Hodich from Michigan. Asmir, huge congratulations. Reminder to everyone, we will reach out after the webinar if you have won, so you'll know exactly how you can claim your prize, but you also do need to be live and present to win. So just keep that in mind. If you're popping out at any time, we do need you to stay on. And with that, let's keep things going. We have got our next presenters waiting in the wings here. Please welcome from Okta, here to talk about Okta workflows. We have got Mick Johnson, who is the Senior Product Acceleration Specialist, who's going to be given a demo of Okta workflows. And sorry, I just noticed a little misprint on the slide. We've got Jen Vaccaro, who is the Senior Product Marketing Manager, who's going to kick things off. So Jen, I'm going to pass things over to you and Mick, and we'll see you on the other side. Take it away.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm Jen Vaccaro, Senior Product Marketing Manager of Okta Workflows and Auth0 Actions. And I'm joined today by Mick, who is a Senior Product Specialist on our team, formerly an IT admin and doing a lot of the work I'm sure you all are doing, and now has joined us on the product side. So we know that in this day and age, you and your teams are forced to do a lot more with less resources. And in the midst of that cutting spending, there's also these major innovation pressures that we're seeing and a rise in security breaches. So today, what we're really excited to talk to you about is how to help get ahead of the curve on some of those big areas through identity automation with products like Okta Workflows. We'll start by covering an introduction on really why is now such an important time to leverage identity automation and orchestration, and then we'll introduce what Okta Workflows is. We'll then transition into some major use cases that our customers are using today and extracting the most value from across IT, security, and beyond. And then we'll hand it over to Mick. He'll show you some demos so you can see how this works in the real world. And we'll conclude with a peek in what is new with workflows and what are some of the big areas that you can expect in the future. So just to set the stage a little bit, we know that there is a tension right now of needing to deliver great and secure experiences for your employees, for your company, for your customers. And at the same time, we know that there's a lot of complexity involved when it comes to building out your identity and making sure all of those aspects are as secure as possible. So many of our customers, and I'm sure you included, have just a sprawl of applications that you're using, SaaS apps, web HR integration systems, etc. And not only do you have this explosion of applications, but also different user types that you have to manage, whether it's your full-time employees, your vendors, contractors, a broad remote workforce. There's a lot that you and your teams have to manage and frankly get right because of the implications can be so drastic if identity is not managed in really the most secure way. So we know that in this day and age, getting that identity and security right is all the more important. On the one hand, we see this statistic here that 32% of respondents have left a company due to workplace technology. So that's really highlighting the importance of having a strong user experience when it comes to your managing your identity and security for your employees. And at the same time, we're seeing really compelling stats around just the cost of data breaches. And the most recent IBM report on breaches indicated that 4.14 million is the average cost of breaches due to misconfigurations around cloud and identity and SaaS applications. So the stakes are high, and we want to help set up you and our customers for success when it comes to managing identity. So how can we start to grapple with all of these forces across the market and across our own internal teams and rises in data breaches? So a real key to that is around automation and doing a lot more with less resources, less funding, less spending that your teams can manage. The way Okta has been thinking about automation is very coupled to, of course, identity and managing a complex system with automated responses and triggers so that your teams can manage a lot of the same tasks without having to write a line of code. So our product, Okta Workflows, is identity automation and orchestration platform that is no code. So you and your team can use this basic drag and drop interface that you can see here in the right-hand corner. We're seeing a lot of value that our customers are driving from this. The first being accelerating that time to market. We have a lot of pre-built templates and connectors so that you and your teams can get up and running really quickly when it comes to automating your tasks. At the same time, we're seeing a lot of value for our customers around improving security. we know that whether you're using PowerShell or just manual coding or manual scripts, those are really error prone, and they're only as good as the human that is writing them, maintaining them, and managing them. That's where we're seeing a real need for automating your security and automating the integrations and the triggers from your vast system of applications. And we'll talk more about that automation of security as well. Another big area we're seeing customers getting value around this automation is through reducing costs and helping integrate the tasks that may have taken just tons and tons of resources in the past. And last but not least, we're seeing a real need for simplifying those complex tech stacks. So really unlocking the ability to integrate triggers and responses across a wide range of applications that you're using, which you can do with the Okta Workflows drag and drop interface. To double click and give you a picture on how Workflows is really running, Workflows is based on a simple if this, then that type of logic. Here you can see an example of what that looks like in the real world. So this may have been in the past written through, PowerShell or some sort of scripting. And here you can start automating that in Workflows. So an example would be, let's say you have a new employee who's joined the company and you know that they're on the sales team. You want to give them access to Salesforce, but then you want to take even smarter, holistic actions around that new user. So let's say you know that they're on EMEA's team, the sales team, and you want to then assign their territory in Salesforce. So they have their quota and anything else attached to them. You can then add them to the right distribution email list or the right Slack messages, and then even send them their manager a notification before their first day and a welcome notification to them when they join. So it's really that ability to integrate across multiple different applications and start adding that holistic view in a no-code way that will just run automatically so your team isn't having to manually configure each and every piece. And it's not just us who's talking about what the power of Workflows is. So before we get into all the real meat and use cases, just worth highlighting here that we have had a lot of customers on different segments, different industries, extracting value from automating with Workflows. Whether it's Slack that saves hours and hours with Workflows automation, or customers like Wyndham Hotels that were able to reduce their ongoing development costs by 85% due to using Workflows and no-code platform instead of PowerShell and scripting that they were using in the past. Now we'll talk through some of the big use case areas so that you have an idea of where are the most popular places our customers are really beginning and extracting the most value. You can see here that really Workflows has a huge breadth of areas that we now support as far as automation, starting with lifecycle management and B2B partner apps, and going into even more complex areas such as governance and security. And future looking, we're hoping to expand that into customer identity use cases as well. For right now, these are really tightly coupled to our workforce identity. So one of the biggest areas that we know our customers need when they first come to Workflows, I think it's even 70% in our most recent research, that customers want to start extending, customizing what they're doing in lifecycle management for joiner, mover, leaver, on and offboarding simplification. So you may be familiar with our Okta Lifecycle Management product, maybe not. And if you're curious, that is really based off of CRUD, create, read, update, deprovision a user. And it's really tightly based on that for the joiner, mover, leaver. And so we're seeing the need for customers to expand even more beyond what you can do with skim provisioning and enable a more flexible and customized approach to on and offboarding, where you can add in a lot of different trigger points, et cetera, that we'll talk through here. So one of those examples when it comes to customizing on and offboarding and extending lifecycle management, the two we have here are some of the most popular ones. I already talked a little bit about what it looks like to help with onboarding in my if this, then that example. And we can do something very similar with deprovisioning. So one example that we have here is, let's say you have a user or an employee whose last day is around the corner, and instead of having to manually go through the process to deprovision them from everything, etc., you can set up workflows that will automatically do things even beyond deprovisioning from application access, such as transferring a user's Google Drive folders or Box folders. Maybe you want to transfer automatically the leads in Salesforce if it's a sales team, so that doesn't just disappear when the employee leaves. And then, of course, you want to deactivate the user. And maybe you even want to go a step further, which has really been popular in this new remote world, where you may want to suspend the user's devices and lock their computer, lock their phone, so that they cannot be accessed in transit as you're, sending it back to your headquarters when the user leaves. Another big area that we see, again, back to this remote and dynamic workforce, is we're seeing a real need for automating notifications, for example, when it comes to access certification decisions, and taking a more holistic approach. Maybe you have your user, you've given them a particular access, and then you want to take some customization on that, maybe notifying them that the access has been granted, maybe automatically giving them documentation or resources to leverage that new application they have access to, etc. Similarly, you may want to expand this beyond just your full-time workforce and configure some ability to manage contractors or vendors and make sure that they're only getting access to the applications they need in that limited window that you may need them to have access. So being able to identify the employee's start date, end date, sending notifications to the management team, asking whether or not this contractor needs to be extended or not, and really automating that sort of guest permissions, contractor permissions, so that they are not, becoming shadow IT or something where they are continuously having resources or licensing to applications that they really should not have anymore. And I should mention that all of these examples are around pre-built templates. So these are already in our Workflows console, and you can go in and drag and drop, put in the connectors that you're using today, the applications, and have it just start running in the background so you're not having to manage and maintain each aspect yourself. So that was a little bit about use cases on customizing or extending a user's lifecycle management with automation. Now we'll go into some examples here on really streamlining, automating some of those complex or operational IT aspects. So here are two of the big ones that we're seeing from customers. One is really around catching and fixing identity conflicts. So this could be, maybe you have a merger and acquisition, maybe you have just a huge influx of new employees because it's Black Friday, what have you. Being able to go and make sure that there's not two Jen Vaccaros on the same team is really important from an identity perspective, and giving the user their correct email address, their correct identity, is a real common one that we're seeing customers leveraging. Another one, which Mick is going to show us a full demo on, is being able to take action on inactive accounts. This is super, super important. If you don't remember any other use case I talk about today, remember this one. So discovering and taking action on inactive accounts is so important, because not only does it pose a major security risk if you have, contractors, former employees, etc., leveraging access to resources that they shouldn't, that can, cause breaches. But also in this day and age where we're trying to be really mindful of spending, you don't want to have licensing costs that is going towards people who aren't leveraging that application anymore. So we've seen a lot of customers use workflows to manage a dynamic licensing process, understanding who has access to what, suspending them if they haven't logged in let's say 30 days, or however you choose to configure it. And we've had some customers save up to 72% on licensing costs, particularly for managing Google Workspace licenses. So this has been a really, really hot one for us. And because of that, Mick is going to show us a demo and walk you through how this looks like to build from the IT and engineer perspective.
Thanks, Jen. Again, my name is Mick, and before I hop into the demo, what I wanted to do is stop at the Workflows homepage just to show you some of the different resources here that are available. And so here at the top, for those of you that are new to workflows, we've got some videos here, some workflows 101, some of the basic components that'll get you comfortable with the platform. And as we scroll down, these are some of our popular use cases that come around. And then here at the bottom, as Jen was saying earlier, these are our pre-built workflows. These are going to address a number of use cases. And with that being said, I will go ahead and go over the first demo. So what we're going to be doing here is identifying inactive users. There's a number of reasons why you may have stale accounts in your Okta org. Lots of times admins will create test users for a certain project and forget about them, or sometimes customers won't use their direct resource, such as AD or their HR system, to provision contractors. And once their contract's up, human error can occur, and that leaves these users active within your Okta org. So that's the what. How about the why? There's a number of reasons why you'd want to remove these stale accounts from your org. The most important piece is security. If these Okta users still have access to resources, but are no longer with your company, that can pose a security risk. Another reason is cost saving, not only for Okta, but for any downstream applications these users may have been provisioned to. And so let's dive into this flow. So this is a scheduled flow, which is very similar to, if you're familiar with a cron job, you can set different durations for this flow to run. If we take a peek here, we can see, this one, we're just running it a couple times a week. You can set it to a different number of frequencies, minute, hour, day, week, month. You can set it to the time zone you're familiar with, and then, different days of the week. And we'll come to this in just a moment. And what we're doing here on the right is we're listing users with search. And what that does is we're giving some inputs and some conditions around what users we really want to look for. So in this card, we're looking for users that have the lifecycle status of active. And right here, this is the helper flow that we'll be using to iterate over the users that fit that that status. And then below that, this is very, interchangeable. Like I was saying earlier, you can set it to 30 days, you can set it to 60 days, 90 days, whatever fits your particular org. And then this one I find particularly important, especially as you're starting to test out some of these solutions. Streaming records allows you to stream up to 1 million records. And as you're testing things out, you may not want to go through your entire org to find that out. So, what we can do is we can limit that amount. We can set that record limit down to 10, 100, whatever makes sense for your org. So for mine, I'm just going to set it to 100. And let's go ahead and open this helper flow. And you'll see on the left here some inputs that we have, or some outputs. The record object, this is going to be, this will contain user data. So in this flow, we're grabbing the user's ID, their last login, and their login, or it's also their Okta username. And so here we have a conditional branching. This flow will continue to the right here if the last login is not empty. And the reason we're doing that is because if we get that last login and it's empty, that means that user's never logged in. So we don't really care about that for this threshold of inactive users, because maybe it's a user that hasn't even started yet. And then if we keep going to the right, we've got a date and time card. And so that's grabbing the date and time of when this flow is being executed. And by pressing this test button, we're actually executing this scheduled flow. So if at any point you wanted to run this flow outside the normal cycle of when it's supposed to run, you can always leverage that test button to do that. And so we've got 3 records streamed. This isn't a particularly large org, so we won't have a whole lot of users coming in here. But if we look at the flow history, we can see this, this is the current time that it's been run. We're clearing the table that we were writing to in this flow, because each time we run this, we want it to have clean data. So we don't need to know, because we don't want duplicates of users. We want to have a nice clean table each time we run this. And now if we take a look at this flow, we can see here's the user record. There's some additional data here that we can always click into if if that's something that you're looking to parse out from this record object. And so that's kind of what I was talking about, is how this is, it's more of a blueprint, these templates, and something that you can really make your own and help whatever your business process is currently, you can improve upon it, automate it, and really make it yours. And that's all I have for this demo. I'm going to go ahead and hand it back to Jen.
All right. Thanks, Mick, for walking us through that demo and give folks a chance to see what it really looks like to work with workflows. Just closing up on this general theme of using workflows to automate those operational tasks when it comes to IT. Two examples I just want to quickly touch on are, one is now you're able to leverage workflows for really highly time-sensitive use cases that may require inline hooks, for example. Or another one we see is really popular is automating your reporting with workflows. This could be running reports on who has access to MFA or who has 2FA enabled, etc., and using those for compliance. Now we'll get into the last big bucket that we see as common use cases and really important use cases when it comes to automation. This is really around improving your overall security posture with new workflows that we've launched and have had really successfully in the market for the last several months. A real big one as I opened this call is around the rise in security breaches. And particularly around data breaches. We know from what I mentioned in the beginning that an average data breach is over $4 million that it costs the company. And that is the same frame of reference for data breaches when cloud applications have been misconfigured or had some sort of human error involvement. So that's where we're really seeing this need from an automation perspective to manage security inputs and response. So a couple of pre-built templates that we have when it comes to security and workflows. One is around using workflows to help prevent against account takeovers. So you can use workflows, let's say you know a user may be suspicious. There's potentially 5 attempts in the same minute to reset an MFA factor. Or right after that, the user wants to then change their password. That is suspicious, risky behavior. So with workflows, you can take action on that. You can move those potentially suspicious users and employees into a table that can be under high watch or supervision for however amount of time you want. Maybe it's 48 hours. If those users in that group take any other suspicious action, and again, they try to change a password, you can automatically revoke their session, force them to re-sign in, send an automatic notification, whether it's through Slack or Teams, or creating a ticket in ServiceNow, where you are notifying the IT team that there has been some risky, suspicious action, that the user has to log in again. This has been a really popular one with some of our biggest customers. Another big area where we're seeing workflows for security support and prevention, protecting against internal risk factors. So this could be where you have a user and you want to lock them from using their computer or their laptop that has been given to them by the company. So this could be for a potentially nefarious or disgruntled employee and you need to quickly end their access. It could be for offboarding, or it could be if a user has reported their device stolen or lost, you could automatically lock that user's access to that device. All right, so with that, we're bringing us to the conclusion of this talk. And just to walk through a quick summary, we talked through a lot of areas today. The first is that the time is really now to embrace on an automation journey. Whether you're trying to keep up and scale in the midst of rising security breaches or trying to do more with less resources and funding, automation, and particularly identity automation, is a really key piece in that journey. Workflows as a product enables you to automate so many different areas of your IT and your security stack. One of those areas is simplifying the lifecycle management and customizing and extending that process. Another is being able to automate those IT and operational processes, whether it's audit and reporting or identifying inactive users like Mick mentioned. And the third big bucket is really around unlocking that automation around security, preventing, responding to potentially suspicious behavior is something that we're really seeing value that customers are receiving with workflows.
Alrighty, Jen, Mick, thank you so much. That was Excellent. I always love hearing about Okta and the workflows, and I love that it just looks so good. It looks so seamless. You don't need to be staring at screens of code to make this work in sophisticated ways. Again, we have run up against time, so we're not going to be able to keep you two around for Q&A. But again, don't lose hope. We do have questions throughout the afternoon, and we do have those best questions gift cards, and they'll obviously be reaching out and making sure you get any information that you need from the Okta team. Again, we've got a poll up here, so if you're looking for any follow-up information about Okta workflows, here is your time to get exactly what you're looking for. Data sheets, white papers, case studies, you name it, it's all there. This is your easy button, your wish list of what you need. Aside from that, also check out that handouts tab, another well-designed document in there. This is the white paper from Okta. You can learn how to secure your company with identity-first automation using Okta Workflows no-code platform. And with that, it is prize time once again. I have got two more prizes here in the queue. First is a $300 Amazon gift card. Second are one of those awesome Surface Pros. And again, quick reminder, you do need to be live and present here at the webinar to win. So without further ado, to our lucky winners, our $300 Amazon gift card is going out to Elena Misheneva from Texas. Big congrats, Elena. And the Surface Pro is going out to Andrew Rossetti from Maryland. Huge congrats as well to you, Andrew. Elena and Andrew will be reaching out after the MegaCast to let you know how you can collect those prizes. And since we got a lot in the queue, a lot of great information, let's keep the good times rolling. Next up on the docket, we have the team from Nutanix. With Nutanix, we have got Harsha Kotikela, who's the Director of Product and Solutions Marketing. But we also have with him Varun Verma, who is a Solutions Architect at Nutanix, and is going to be joining to also give some additional information about the platform. And with that, I'm going to kick things over to the two of you, Harsha and Varun. Take it away.
Thank you, Mackenzie. It's a pleasure to be here. So what are we talking about today? We're talking about why you should move your databases workloads from VMware to Nutanix. So let's start off with the premise first before it, right? As if the chaos in IT is not enough, we have a tremendous explosion of new apps and even more data that is upon us. So the demand of IT has been tremendously increasing. According to some analyst reports, there are about 750 million new applications that are expected to be in market by 2026. That is by IDC Futurescape report, by the way. I mean, to give you an example of it, just look at your phone, for instance, right? I mean, I have about like 20 pages of apps on my phone. And we know that now with AI and modern apps, there are even more apps coming on to be supported by IT. And then like another aspect that's going on is with all these apps, the amount of data that is being generated and stored is also tremendously increasing. The next question comes into place is, when you create these apps, where do you place these apps? Do you do it on-prem? Do you do it on the cloud? And you have also data coming from the edge. These are all a lot of complications that are in IT's minds right now, right? IT organizations' minds. And how do we go forward with it? So for all these apps, the foundation is obviously databases, right? And that's why we are here to focus on databases and what could be the challenges within databases, right? So let's now focus onto databases specifically within these apps. So there are multiple challenges that could be on databases. Like, for instance, databases could be slow to provision, upgrade, or scale, which could actually impact on how iterative and deployment cycle for these apps could be. And that could lead to, unfortunately, impact on how fast your business can move your innovations to the market. Another challenge could be just like provisioning, and if you want to do anything like infrastructure as code as part of your DevOps workflow, right? You would need some system for that. It might be difficult to do that. Another thing is, big thing is security these days, right? Like, you want to keep your databases, version control on the right version and code paths, right? Like, so you need to be able to manage your, maybe if you're a large organization, hundreds or even thousands of databases, right? So these are some of the challenges that that you might be looking for it. And also, as you're thinking about this, right, like there you might be thinking about how do I manage the performance of my databases so that they have seamless experience on the application side for your business users. Another thing is migrations. If you're thinking of migrations, how can you migrate these databases? So these are all the questions when you think about databases that might come into mind. So this is where Nutanix comes in, right? Like, what are the 5 reasons that we were going to cover today that would address, why Nutanix is the best place to move your databases? Reason 1 is Nutanix provides the best hybrid multi-cloud platform. Essentially, we provide one, identical operating model across edge to on-prem to the cloud. The second thing is we're going to provide scale-out architecture and performance that is optimized for databases, that is best for databases. And also we provide automated database operations. And finally, we also provide ease of migration. We have provided a lot of guidance and also, some reference architecture designs that help you on how to think about migrations, right? So these are the reasons. We're going to go in much more detail in our session today. So reason 1 about the best hybrid multi-cloud platform. So overall, as you see on the slide today, it's here, right? Nutanix, this is a platform that Nutanix provides. So starting from the foundation at the bottom, you would see the private cloud infrastructure and public cloud. So essentially, we provide a hyper-converged infrastructure. That's the private cloud infrastructure. And if you want to extend that to the cloud, we also have partnership with AWS and Azure, where you can extend it to the cloud, right? This provides inbuilt data services, right? Disaster recovery, inbuilt networking and security, and also it has obviously as a CI, as I mentioned, virtual compute in it, right? On top of it, you would have, related to databases, like database services that you could utilize it, right? And then on top of it, you have a common cloud control plane. As I was mentioning before, I say it's the best one platform for hybrid multi-cloud because it provides one control plane that you could use to manage your edge, your on-prem, as well as your cloud. Using that one control plane, you can manage whatever data services, databases across your public clouds as well as private cloud infrastructure. On top of it, you could place all your workloads and the applications. So this is the one platform, reason 1 why I say that Nutanix is the platform that you want to choose for your databases. And as a matter of fact, we do yearly customer surveys of where Nutanix customers place their workloads on, right? Like what kind of workloads do they place on Nutanix? And as you see on the slide here, the things that I highlighted for you, databases, data warehousing. These are some of the top workloads that our customers trust Nutanix platform to help support them, right? So this is what they see. And within double clicking on it, what are some of the databases that we see? We see 90% of them run SQL Server, right? And then we also have, right, many of you might be running Postgres and Oracle and all these other databases. So many of our customers actually run these kind of databases on Nutanix, right? So that's covering for you, right? Reason number 1 why Nutanix is the place for you for databases. That is, we provide the best platform for your hybrid multi-cloud environment. So I'll hand it over now to Varun to cover reason number 2.
Thanks, Harsha. Now let's talk about a flexible scale-out architect for databases. Nutanix offers a robust scale-out architect that optimizes performance, scalability, and resilience for database workloads. Our clusters run on industry-standard x86 servers with direct attached storage like SSD and NVMe, along with compute resources like CPU and memory. On top of this, we run a hypervisor. And by the way, Nutanix offers its own hypervisor called AHV. Each node in a Nutanix cluster also runs a controller virtual machine called CVM that handles all user IOs and manages Nutanix software stack. These CVMs are clustered together to form a distributed storage fabric, presenting storage as standard NFS, SMB, or iSCSI to hypervisor. In terms of advantage, we offer a true scale-out architect. One of the standout features of Nutanix is its ability to scale out linearly and instantly. Unlike traditional infrastructure where adding disks increases storage but creates a performance bottleneck due to a fixed number of storage controllers. In case of Nutanix, every additional node adds a new controller virtual machine. This architect ensures no bottlenecks as you scale, with performance and capacity growing linearly. Moreover, all resources within the clusters are self-healing, contributing to continuous availability. Next is dynamic data placement. Nutanix Architect leverages granular metadata management, data locality, and flexible fault tolerance. This means data is placed and accessed optimally across the cluster, ensuring low latency, access, and quick recovery from failures. Writes are always made to the local node, with replicas distributed throughout the cluster, enhancing both data availability and performance. Moving on, Nutanix offers efficient and simple management. Our platform is designed to be efficient and simple, optimizing availability and minimizing complexity. The Nutanix architect efficiently handles failures due to its design. No silos of management means easier, more unified control over resources. This simplifies operations for database admins who don't need to worry about underlying infrastructure complexities. Last but not the least, data protection and resiliency. Data protection is built into the core of Nutanix design. All writes are always replicated across the cluster, whether it's replication factor 2 or replication factor 3. This ensures that user data is always protected and can be quickly rebuilt in case of failures. Overall, Nutanix provides a powerful, scalable, and highly resilient platform optimized for running business-critical databases with maximum efficiency and minimal complexity. Moving on, performance is critical for databases and business-critical applications. And Nutanix partners with ESG to validate our database performance at scale. This slide highlights benchmark results for SQL Server and Oracle databases on our Nutanix platform. Starting with SQL Server, ESG used SQL Server 2019 with Benchmark Factory to test OLTP performance across 4 VMs with 80 users each, totaling 320 users. The results showed linear scalability as the number of SQL Server instances increased from 1 to 4. Each instance delivered around 7,370 transactions per second, with minimal variance of just 6%. This indicates consistent performance. Even with all 4 nodes running, the average transaction response time remained ultra-fast at some milliseconds. Comparing the results with 2017, the transaction per second improved by 172%. Response time decreased by 64%, and both read and write latencies were significantly reduced. For Oracle, ESG conducted similar tests using SLOP tool on a modern Nutanix cluster. With a single instance, the platform delivered around 78,000 IOPS with very low latencies, 0.6 for reads and 0.9 milliseconds for write. As more instances were added, performance scaled linearly, reaching about 500K IOPS with 8 VMs, still maintaining low latencies of 1 millisecond reads and 1.5 milliseconds write. Overall, these results underscore Nutanix's ability to deliver high performance, scalable, and low latency environments for both SQL Server and Oracle databases, ensuring optimal performance for modern workloads. Moving on, we also did a similar test for Postgres. We validated our Postgres solution using the HammerDB toolkit, simulating OLTP operations without any user delay. Now, this allowed us to benchmark the system's maximum transaction and IOPS capabilities under peak demand, highlighting the performance potential of our solution. We did a couple of different analyses. From the VM scalability analysis, we tested VM scalability with fixed configurations per VM, which was 16 vCPUs and 64 gig of RAM on two different generations of hardware, which was 8150 G7 and 8170 G8 hardware. Now, the test started with two VMs, where G8 achieved a 71% increase in transactions over G7. And as we scaled up and moved to four VMs, the G8 outperformed G7 by 62% with 660K transactions per minute. These results shows a significant boost in performance as we scale the VMs, demonstrating the newer hardware's ability to handle higher loads. Now, from memory scalability analysis, we analyze scalability while keeping the same 16 vCPUs per VM, but now changing the memory. We started with 64 gig, and with 64 gig, the G8 hardware showed a 45% increase in transactions compared to G7. And as we scaled to 256 GB, the G8 delivered around 54% increase in transactions compared to G7, achieving almost 400K transactions per minute. The 8770 G8 consistently outperformed 8150 G7s, demonstrating substantial improvements in transaction rates and IOPS across both VM and memory scalability tests. This highlights the superior efficiency and capability of new generation to support demanding OLTP workload. Now, moving on, let's talk about Nutanix Database Service, or NDB. NDB is a powerful software suite that's designed to automate and simplify your database admin tasks. It brings one-click simplicity to complex processes like provisioning, database cloning, upgrades, patching, data protection, and overall lifecycle management of your databases. Essentially, it takes the heavy lifting out of the routine database operation, making life much easier for DBAs. NDB is deployed as virtual appliance that resides directly on Nutanix cluster. It leverages the capabilities of underlying Nutanix infrastructure through its APIs, which allows it to automate not just the database layer, but the entire stack. So when we talk about database automation with NDB, we mean end-to-end automation. This includes everything from VM provisioning, storage allocation, network configuration, to database software deployments and also backups. NDB also provides a cloud-like consumption model for your on-prem database environments. This means you can provision a database in just a matter of minutes versus days or even weeks, with all the best practices automatically applied. Now, another key design feature is that our Nutanix Database Service is developed with an API-first approach. This means anything you can do from the GUI, you can also perform the same task using CLI or API, providing flexibility for automation and integration with other tools. As of today, NDB supports major database engines such as Oracle, SQL Server, MongoDB, Postgres, and MySQL. In summary, NDB automates and standardizes database operations, providing a seamless and efficient experience for both database and infra teams. Now, let's switch gear and talk about migration. And when you talk about migration, the first thing that comes into mind is the challenges. And talking about challenges, first up is the cost. Migrations can be a hefty investment, both in terms of infrastructure and resources. Now picture this, you're moving to a new platform or upgrading hardware due to end of life on your current setup. It's not just about the expense of new hardware, you also need to consider the cost of setting up the infrastructure, building virtual machines, installing database binaries, and allocating resources for the migration process. And let's not forget about the people involved. You will need DBAs, developers, infrastructure teams, application teams, all hands on deck. Sometimes you might even need an additional project manager just to keep things running smoothly. And if you are outsourcing the heavy lifting to, say, a third party, well, that's an added expense on top of it all. In short, database migration can be a pricey endeavor. Now, moving on, let's talk about complexity. Migrating legacy databases in particular can be a real challenge. Take, for instance, the time I had to migrate an Oracle database running on 9.9 to 12c. Despite the modest size of the database, which was around 20 gig, the sheer complexity of the legacy code made it one of the most challenging migration I have ever undertaken. It took my team almost 3 months to iron out all the kinks. And I'm talking about numerous 7 calls with the vendor, bug fixes, countless dry runs to ensure everything went smoothly. And to top it off, we had to contend with the legacy Oracle export import tool, which was painfully slow even for such a small database. Now, compatibility issues are another major headache during migration, especially when dealing with third-party applications, or like discovering that certain database functions which your application relies on are no longer available or deprecated. And let's not forget about performance. Just because you're moving to a newer, faster hardware doesn't guarantee a performance boost. Tuning is often required to optimize performance and ensure everything runs smoothly. Testing and validation is another major challenge, especially for larger databases. If you don't have the right tools to validate dataset, your migration is not exactly successful, even if you spend countless hours moving data. And last but not the least, what if something goes wrong during migration? A rollback plan is crucial for business continuity. Now, let's talk about how Nutanix can simplify and streamline your migration journey. As you know, setting up target environments for database migration demands substantial time and effort, potentially stretching over months depending on the scale. Our Nutanix database service streamlines this process significantly by automating database builds that might otherwise take months, while ensuring consistency in deployment by standardizing and applying all the best practices from database standpoint. Now, consider an example, say you are in a migration project and you need to build 100 environments. And say your infrastructure team has an SLA of 24 hours for building a virtual machine, basically installing operating system and other required configurations from networking and storage. And maybe your DBA team has an SLA of 16 hours to install database binaries, along with other related tasks such as creating database schemas and all those things. So for every database build, you have a combined SLA of 40 hours, which is basically 5 business days. Now multiply this if you have to build 100 databases. That's 4,000 hours, close to 500 business days. That's a lot. Now factor in your migration time. You can imagine how lengthy this process can be. Now, this is where NDB truly excels. Now let's consider the same scenario, but this time leveraging Nutanix database service. See, with NDB, it will take roughly around 2 hours for each database build. So for 100 databases, it would be what, 200 hours, which includes creating your virtual machines, database software installs, creating databases, and more. With NDB, with Nutanix database service, you could drastically reduce the build time from 500 business days to just 25. That's 20 times faster. You can imagine the cost saving from an overall migration standpoint. Now, how can you leverage NDB? To build environments using NDB, you can start by creating a template image that includes your operating system as well as your database software. Once you have the template image ready, you can register it with NDB and create what we call as software profile. You can then use the software profile to initiate the building of your target environments. Once the build process is complete, you can begin your database migration journey. After your application is live on Nutanix, you can leverage NDB to efficiently manage your databases. This includes features such as copy data management, scheduling regular snapshot-based backups, and executing point-in-time operation. Additionally, NDB allows for the quick creation of non-production environments, further reducing build times. In summary, NDB drastically cuts down migration time, automates tedious tasks, reduces errors, and enhances overall efficiency, making it a powerful tool for any migration project. Now, let's move on and talk about a customer case study. Now, this slide presents a customer case study that demonstrates a successful migration of a business-critical database with minimal downtime, leveraging both Nutanix and Oracle native tools. In this particular case, our source database was just over 4 terabytes and was initially running on a non-Nutanix platform. We begin the migration journey by creating a physical standby database on Nutanix platform using Nutanix Database Service command line option. Once the database was up and running, we initiated the seeding process from source database using log shipping. This ensured that all the changes from the source were continuously applied to the standby database, keeping it in sync. After confirming that both databases were synchronized, we proceeded to the cutover phase. Now, during the cutover, we terminated log shipping between the source and target databases. We then transitioned the standby database to normal read-write mode, effectively converting it to a new primary. Following the migration, the application team conducted thorough testing and validation to ensure that everything was functioning correctly before finalizing the transition to the live environment. Now that the database is fully operational on Nutanix platform, it benefits from Nutanix Database Services comprehensive lifecycle management features, things like copy data management, robust data protection, and self-service capabilities, providing enhanced operational efficiency and flexibility. Last but not the least, to help our customers, we create some collateral in terms of Nutanix validated design and reference architect for databases. These resources provide detailed guidance on designing, sizing, and implementing database solutions that delivers predictable, consistent, and repeatable outcomes. Nutanix validated design, NVDs, are thoroughly tested solution that combines software, automation, service, sizing, and hardware to deliver best practices for specific use cases. Now, these designs are built on specific design decisions and are fully vetted and tested and validated, ensuring that the solution meet the highest standard for performance and reliability. On the other hand, reference architects provide a complete spectrum of guidance for designing possible solutions. RAs offers how-to guides for various use cases, presenting multiple design options and explaining the rationale behind each design and sizing decisions. This allows our customers to understand the trade-offs and choose the most suitable architect for their unique requirements. Together with NVDs and reference architect, captures industry best practices and provide our customers with the confidence to implement solutions that are both robust and optimized for their specific needs. And that's all from my side today. To you, Harsha.
Yeah, thank you, Varun. So just summarize, right? Like we have 5 reasons. The 5 reasons that we mentioned is Nutanix provides the best hybrid multi-cloud platform. We provide scale-out architecture, performance for databases, and then we provide the automated database operations and also help you with making it easy for migration, right? But now with all that said, people say that seeing is believing, right? So that's why we have something called Test Drive, right? Essentially, it's something you don't have to install anything on your side, right? It is something that we hosted, right? You have to just provide your email so you can provision it, and then you can experience our solution using our Test Drive, right? So this is what we provide. And in addition to that, I know many of your VMware customers probably. To get you help started, we're providing something called VMware to Nutanix Migration Promotion. It's a new promotion that we have it out there. So essentially, anybody who's new to Nutanix, right, new customers, can get essentially 1 year free licensing and migration support, right? So this is an offer that we have. So Varun, if you can move to the next slide, right? It is so this is the promotion that we have. You can you can see this and take the QR code or go to Nutanix.com/migration offer. And with that, right, and by the way, finally, we have the legal disclaimer, right? Obviously, we're not VMware, we are Nutanix. We provide another platform, and anybody who needs help from de-risking your VMware install, then we provide a solution, competing solution that you can move to. Right, with that, thank you very much, and back to you, Mackenzie.
Thank you. So awesome. Really loved that presentation. Both of you guys did a great job. And if you guys are looking to get some more information about Nutanix, we've got that poll up again there. So if you're looking for trying it out, a personal demo, pricing details, that's all there. But also in the handouts tab, there's a link to the Nutanix One platform where you can take a test drive yourself. So as Harsha mentioned, often seeing is believing. Interacting really gives you a sense of what the platform can do and how powerful it is. So if you are curious to poke around, you might not want to do it now since you're in the middle of a MegaCast, but I'd save that link and then you can play around with it later today, tomorrow, or with your team if you're discussing some new options there. Now with that, I also have some more prizes to give away. We have got our 6th gift card going out to Tung Nguyen from Colorado, and our Surface Pro, this is the 3rd one, and the final, wait a minute, we actually have a secret 4th Surface Pro coming up, which will be coming at the end of today's MegaCast. So if you're not the 3rd winner that I'm about to announce now, keep your fingers crossed, keep your toes crossed. You might actually be able to win a Surface Pro because we've got 8 gift cards and a 4th Surface Pro up for grabs. Now, again, you do need to be live and present to win. And with that, I've kept you waiting long enough. Our 3rd Surface Pro is going out to Soham Ward from Texas. Huge congrats to you, Tung and Soham. We'll be reaching out after the webinar to let you know how you can win. Again, if questions go unanswered today, it's just a matter of timing. We do have a lot of questions coming in and a lot of great information. So sometimes we need to keep things clipping along, but do not fret. I do definitely have time with our next presenter after some myth busting to answer some questions. So I'd highly suggest that you do that, as in you do send in some great questions for us. And with that, I'm going to introduce our next presenter from the incredible team at Zscaler. I have Kanishka Pandit, who's the Senior Product Marketing Manager, and I'm going to be joining Kanishka live here in just a few seconds to do some myth busting around the industry. So super excited for this. Again, do keep those questions coming in during the myth busting because we're going to have some fun with some Q&A as well. All right, and with that, let's dive into it. Kanishka, I am so excited to be here with you today.
I'm excited to be here too, Mackenzie. Thank you for inviting Zscaler to be part of this summit.
My absolute pleasure. You guys are always great. We have a lot of myths to debunk, or perhaps we have some seeds of truth in them today. So what do you say we get started?
Let's get rolling.
All right. So with the move to remote and hybrid work in the last few years and growing cyber threats, security has been in the forefront of the minds of the audience we have here today. Let's talk about the considerations they must include as IT and security leaders who are thinking through their security tech stack to keep their data safe, but also boost their productivity. So first myth to bust or to validate is when identifying the most effective solution to secure remote users, VPN is the best. Sticking with the status quo of VPN firewall is still the best option for the modern workforce.
I would go with this being the myth. I think many of the professionals here will know the tumultuous time a few years ago when we had to all work remote, and they had to move everyone working from the office to a remote connectivity. And at the time, lots of companies used VPNs and firewalls as a way to secure users that were working remote. And VPN has been fine for over 30 years when the center of the universe and all the data was in the data center or within your office network. And so at the time, providing access to employees, third-party users to data within your data center sort of made sense because they're all within that office premises. Now that a lot of the workforce is remote, VPN is a massive attack surface. And by that, I mean, fundamentally, the way VPN architecture is, it exposes a lot of the IPs for them to connect to the network. You're essentially giving full access to your network to all of your users, your employees, your third parties, in order to make their work productive. And so I'm going to call this a myth because moving away from VPN into a zero trust network access solution sort of gives you an easier way to connect to applications no matter where you're working from. And fundamentally, ZTNA is a different way, which is zero trust network access, is a different way of connecting to applications because you're now not giving access to the full network, but only authorized users or authenticated users are given access to authorized applications. So there's a one-to-one connection that's built between the user and the application. And so they're not given access to the full network itself. And, operationally with VPNs, you have to keep up with patching it all the time. And in the recent past, we've seen so many news articles or news stories about exposed CVEs. CISA even released a warning to update the CVEs or shut down their VPNs, early this year. And with ZTNA, a cloud-delivered ZTNA, like what Zscaler offers, our product is called Zscaler Private Access. So with that, there's no patching. Zscaler will take care of all of the updates for you because it's a cloud-native, cloud-delivered ZTNA solution. And so operationally, it's just efficient for all of the IT and security, employees or users within your company, so they don't have to keep on updating the patches. And also, one other thing with VPNs, because it provides full network access, users can literally move laterally within the environment. So there could be a malicious user who gets into the system, through either a hack of login or password. And once they're in, they're within your network and can move laterally. But with ZTNA, because there's a one-to-one connection between the user and application, and also we're only providing access to certain segments of applications that they're authorized to access. For example, if you're in HR, you're only allowed to access the applications that belong, private applications that are meant for HR. And if you're in marketing, those applications are not accessible to you, but only marketing applications are accessible. And so you cannot move laterally between the applications should a malicious user get into your network. And so the security use cases with zero trust network access is massively, incremental compared to VPN. Not just do we provide great access for remote solutions or remote users, but also for in-office users where there's no hairpinning of user working remotely back to your VPN and to where your applications are potentially in the cloud in the recent years. And then lastly, great user experience. We've all been in situations where we've been using VPNs and it logs you out every time you log in. It only survives for a certain amount of time. So it's very clunky to log in and use, whereas ZTNA is a lot more straightforward. And as an example, like when I joined Zscaler, all I had to do was open my laptop, log in, and then, start working. And I was a remote hire. So it's, from a user experience point of view, from a productivity point of view, ZTNA will offer a much better solution than incumbent VPNs that many companies are still using or have used pre-pandemic.
Incredible. I completely agree. The VPN solution can be very clunky, and especially with remote workforces, it's like we've lost the patience to do these things. Like I'm always like, why is this taking so long? Why is it this way? Like,
yeah,
why is
and with remote workforce, I think the focus is also on productivity, right? So you need to make sure that users are productive when they're working remotely. And so if they're having to face a lot of VPN issues, your IT team is constantly fixing service desk issues or tickets, and it's just a hampering productivity of the users as well as your IT teams. So why not go for a solution that is cloud native, cloud delivered, so that all of those issues, the productivity issues, are resolved. Also, I will say that with Zscaler Private Access, you also get access to or visibility into the entire network and access solution of your users. So where are they connecting from? What applications are they accessing from? So almost service desk teams can be ahead of their users, and before the tickets are even raised for issues, you can have a look at the issues that they may potentially face and resolve it for the users before they can see it. So it's amazing what Zscaler Private Access can do. It sort of, it sort of allows you to increase productivity by also allowing service desks to look at issues before they can even happen for private app access.
That's impressive. I wouldn't even have thought that far ahead obviously I'm not an IT worker, but that's incredible. Okay, next myth. The next one I have for you is the castle and moat and the hub and spoke architecture is not a sustainable solution today. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. It is not a sustainable solution, given, like I said before, all of the applications have moved to the cloud. So when your users are connecting, even from the office, you're essentially, moving that network or access for the user from wherever the user is back to where your data center is, and then to the applications. So it's just a long routed way of connecting the users to your applications. So why not focus on just application access and not connecting to the network? So by principle, ZTNA works on zero trust, as the name suggests, and it always, with zero trust, the concept is always verify and never trust implicitly. So whether it's your employees, partners, third-party vendors, contractors, there always, is a layer of verification that's done, and a continuous verification, because they might log in and access applications, but then there's a continuous verification for users that are connecting to applications. And the castle and moat essentially is a very old way of defining this, a world that's very small, where applications lived in the data center itself. So in the modern world, it just does not keep up with how users want to work, users want to connect to applications. So castle and moat is not the way to go. I think the future is with zero trust. We'll talk about it a little bit more, but also AI-based zero trust, because not only should you provide great access and productivity for your users, but also security is an important piece of when you're considering zero trust and network-based access.
Right. We'll keep the castles and moats in the fairy tales and zero trust in the real world.
Absolutely.
I like it. Okay, next myth I have for you to bust or verify is bring your own device, or BYOD, even though it is the increasing preference of employees, serves as a security risk, and users should only use company-approved devices.
I think the part of modernization is also we're all working on the go, right? We're checking our Slack messages or GChat messages on the go, even when we connect from the office on our way back. So BYOD has significantly increased in its adoption. So that's one. Secondly, to add to your question, contractors, third-party vendors, they have increased count in the recent past, where even as part of marketing departments, we are working with several agencies, several product development is also sourced to some GSI. So the ecosystem of every company or organization has grown tremendously, in that you're using support from several other organizations to make your company awesome. And so apart from BYOD and increasing contractor, you also have to consider how do you provide access to these third-party users, whether it's your own employees using third-party devices or vendors and contractors using their own managed devices that are not part of your organization. So, to your question, no, users are not using only company approved devices or managed devices. They're using all sorts of devices, their own or vendor contractor devices as well. So it's important to not only allow for zero trust multi-factor authentication for these devices, but it's also important to consider verification of these users. So what I mean by that is, with BYOD, it's important that you understand the context of the user accessing applications. So with Zscaler, what we do is not only take into consideration this user or this login of a certain person, but we are also taking several other factors which defines the context of the user, whether it's the location, where are they connecting from, what are they connecting to. All of those things are taken into consideration, and as that encompasses as part of our zero trust solution. And so it's a multi-layer approach to secure access to applications for any type of user, for any type of user connecting on any type of network or any type of device as well.
Incredible. Are there cases in which bringing your own device is just like a no-go, or like can, for the most part, that be managed successfully? That's not a very well phrased question.
No, I get what you're saying. Yeah, no, absolutely. I think all of the web-based applications with Zscaler Private Access, you have access to, you don't even need a client. So when I talked about BYOD or contractor computers, many of the users don't even want to install an agent on their device. And so with BYOD, you can access web-based applications even without a agent on your device. So no app required on your device. You can directly access applications. And what Zscaler Private Access does is that it kind of prevents, we have this concept of browser isolation. So we are isolating your access to certain applications only during that session. And in many cases, if you enable the features, we will not allow users to download, or if they take a screenshot, you'll be notified of it. So all of these security measures are in place in Zscaler so that any BYOD user who's not willing to have an agent can still securely access to applications through browser-based access and also browser isolation.
Wow, that's actually quite an incredible amount of nuance where you could do that. So that's excellent. Okay, next myth is zero trust is complicated and overwhelming to accomplish. True or false?
False. I will caveat that with saying that zero trust is a journey, and a lot of our security IT leaders who are here in this webinar are also, are aware that it's not a one-stop shop in the sense that it's the end goal, but it is a journey in that there's several elements to zero trust that you could get to, but once you get, it's an iterative process. And what I mean by that is, let me give you an example. Like I said, HR can access certain applications and marketing can access certain applications. With Zscaler Private Access, you can build app segments for whoever is meant to access this application segments. And we have AI powered app segments, and we automatically recommend applications that belong to a certain group based on user access and also a bunch of other sources that will allow you to accept recommendations that Zscaler offers to reduce the effort on the IT teams and also increase the operational efficiency of your teams. And so starting from moving away from VPNs into a zero trust model, you could essentially give a start access to everyone, but slowly it's an iterative process where you build these app segments that are meant to get access to only certain users. Again, next step would be to only move your critical applications into a certain segments, so only few users are given access to that particular app segment. And this is an iterative process. So I don't think any IT or security leader must feel overwhelmed by zero trust as long as they understand that it is a journey. So like I said, start with segmentation, first. That's the user to app traffic that you give access for a certain user to certain applications. And then we have several examples actually where our customers have been successfully able to move away from VPNs and firewalls to a zero trust model. One example that comes to my mind is City of LA. They moved over 30,000 employees from their office location into remote location in under 2 weeks. So it's really possible as long as you put your your IT and security teams in that quick moving zero trust approach, so that they can kind of transfer over these in-office worker into remote employees or remote workers as well. So yeah, it could sound overwhelming. To sum it up, I know I said a lot of things, but it could sound overwhelming, but it is a journey. And you could take a phased approach to the journey, whether it's starting with internet and SaaS apps, and then going to private app access, sort of taking that approach where you're phasing your journey in such a way that all users can connect to all sorts of applications or the internet in a very, very secure manner. And I'm happy to share some resources at the end of this call, where lots of our customers have been successfully moved from the old to the new zero trust, where in under 2 weeks, in under 1 month. It's incredible stories to share. And if they can do it, small and large companies, you can do it too.
That's incredible. Like hearing 30,000 people being moved in 2 weeks, even with government red tape, that's incredible.
Yeah.
So perfect. I might, in the Q&A, I might pitch you a question about that too, but I'm going to move to our next myth because I know we should keep some time. So myth number 5 here is AI is improving more than harming security measures.
Absolutely. AI is definitely improving, security measures. I think one thing we talk about, and I've heard lots of Zscaler leaders talk about as well, is how AI is, is beneficial for productivity of the users, but it could also be used as a way to, game and attack the system. But one way to do, address that is fight AI with AI. And we've been hearing that quite a bit in the security world in the recent past as well. Zscaler talks about that extensively. And when we started off talking about VPNs and how we should move away from VPN into a zero trust network access world. With Zscaler Private Access, we do have AI-powered segmentation. Like I said, the recommendations are automatic based on user access. And so we are enabling your IT and security teams to create these segments, to create user-to-app segments automatically. So you have to do less on your side, and you'll get to that end state of zero trust network access much faster than, should we have not used AI.
That's great. Honestly, those type of like manual sorting and segmenting, especially if the company's been around for quite some time and the data hasn't been like super well organized or needed to be that organized, can take up so much time and be a big roadblock. So being able to do that with AI, wow, that's incredible. All right, Kanishka. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just agreeing with you that I think, on a day-to-day basis, AI makes a lot of our lives easier as well. And so why not security teams, right? So this is one example of enabling security teams with AI and AI-powered ZTNA.
I love it. All right, Kanishka, this has been an incredible session to really go through and dispel any of those misconceptions that have been circulating around the IT security industry. So I want to thank you for being the voice of reason, and thank you for your time.
Absolutely. I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to take any questions we have from the audience today.
Yes, we have quite a few questions from the audience. So if I throw up a poll and then we move into some Q&A so we can address those, how does that sound to you?
That sounds great to me, and I would love to know what everyone's thinking. So please write in the chat, I guess.
Alrighty, everyone. So we've got a poll up here, which you've seen before. What additional information would you like about the Zscaler solution? So if you are looking for anything specific, again, data sheet, white papers, case study, you know the drill. I'm just going to leave this up for a few seconds, and then I'm going to throw up another poll. So this is kind of your click now or forever hold your peace moment, if you know what I mean. So again, leaving this up for just a quick second. Again, also keep your questions coming in. I know we've got quite a few. I'm not sure if we'll get to all of them, but do not fret. We're going to try and get to as many as we can. And with that, I'm going to have Kanishka here start answering some questions with me as we throw up this next poll. So Kanishka, we've got the poll up here for Zscaler, and we're asking, are you currently using a zero trust network access or ZTNA service with your org? And your answers are yes, primarily using ZTNA, yes, phasing it in, no, primarily using VPN or virtual desktop infrastructure or VDIs. You're not sure, frankly, who the heck knows sometimes. And finally, other. And so if you are using something else, we're just curious to know what that is. And we invite you to throw that in the chat. Let us know what kind of configuration you are using. All right, Kanishka, what do you think of these results here?
Yeah.
Do you want to discuss them right off the top, or do you want to leave them
I think
for a little bit?
let's leave it for a minute or so, but I want to comment on what I'm seeing here. Majority still using VPN, VDI. It sort of makes sense to me in that, like I spoke about earlier, it worked back in the day. So I'm sure everyone who's here, 55% using VPN and VDIs, sort of see that experience in using a VPN that's clunky. And if you're part of the service desk org as well, you'll see lots of tickets coming in for VPN issues. I think, but I will say that you have joined the right webinar to kind of get educated on the zero trust model and the architecture itself, and move away into a much more modern zero trust solution for your private apps. To the people that are already using ZTNA or our Zscaler customer, I think you might be experiencing fewer tickets from the users, a better experience for your end users, but also great security, because you're all the things that we discussed a few minutes ago with user to app access, that's one-to-one connection, all of the security features are underlying, and you will see a much better way of connecting users no matter where they're working from. So this is I think, Mackenzie, it's an interesting response, but very much expected. So I'm glad whoever is here using VPN join this session to learn more about why they should move to a zero trust architecture.
Yeah, it looks like we've got about 7% so far using primarily ZTNA, about 21 are phasing it in, about 53 no, they're primarily on the VPN and VDI. 16 just don't know what's going on, and I respect that. And 4% said other, but they have not divulged what other means. So again, we invite you to do that if you want to share. All right, so that said, let's dive into some questions. How does that sound?
Sounds great.
Okay, so this is from Bill. Bill's asking, how does Zscaler's AI-driven threat detection mitigate insider threats in real time?
That's a great question, and we didn't touch on that in the AI piece. Zscaler has integrated deception with the zero trust solution, and so if there is a malicious user within your network, because of the architecture itself, we are able to prevent that sort of lateral movement within your network, because you're not giving them full network access. But we also have the capability where you can put honeypots within your wherever you're hosting your applications as well, so that if there's a malicious user, they click on one of these honeypots and you are notified of the malicious user within your network and block access immediately to private apps for that particular user. So this way, the attack is contained to one user, one device, and it's not spread laterally within the organization. And so just to recall, Zscaler has an integrated deception solution that will allow you to catch all the malicious insider attackers within your network.
Excellent. Next question I've got for you here is from Ryan. Ryan is wondering, he says, the configuration of a VPN connection to Zscaler cloud security platform, the use of IPsec allows the use of dynamic WAN addresses on the client side. Those are questions, even though they sound like statements. So essentially, I think he's wondering what's the configuration of VPN on Zscaler, and then how can you use IPsec and dynamic WAN?
Yeah. So I think when you say configuration, Ryan, there's a little bit of a difference in the way VPNs are set up, and actually there's quite a bit of difference in the way the VPNs are set up and the way Zero Trust Network Access with Zscaler is set up, in that fundamentally the architecture itself is different. So in a VPN, you would have to configure access to certain users, and you have VPN concentrators right in front of it. And then in ZTNA or Zscaler Private Access, you are essentially allowing certain users access to only certain applications. To start with, you could technically give them a full network access or full access to all applications within your cloud or wherever your private applications are sitting. Of course, it's not the safest way to do it, because then everyone has access, and you're essentially replacing a VPN without the benefit of ZPA. But you could create these app segments within your application to create that bucket, if you will, for different types of users, for critical users, certain applications. You can create those buckets, what we call as application segments. That way, a user is only allowed to access certain segments, and then that way they can get access to all applications within that segment. And so fundamentally, I think the architecture is different from VPN, but the user won't even know, except for they will get a better access or digital experience when they connect to do their work.
All right. Excellent. Great answer there. I think that covered it really well. Okay, I think we can squeeze in maybe one or two more questions. So let me see what I can do. This is saying... Okay, so this one is asking, this is from a Nutanix user, so interesting. What are the performance and scalability advantages of migrating from VMware? This is
that's a question for the speaker.
I think this is just mistagged. It's mistagged in here. I was like, okay, apologies. Hold on. Forgive my butterfingers here. I was like, that's an interesting question that they were on there. So... Okay, so here we go. What are common database migration challenges encountered in most migration projects?
I think that's a VMware question too.
Jeez, man. Totally dropping the ball. If you want to fire me and take over, you're allowed. So here we go. I'm in the right tab now, So this is just proving to everyone, that we try our best, but tech sometimes gets the best of us. I need an AI assistant. Okay, so this one is asking, what are some cloud platforms that Zscaler integrates with?
We have a massive ecosystem of cloud partners we integrate with. We are very closely aligned with Azure, AWS for hosting. While you're hosting your applications there, we're essentially providing a security layer in front of those applications with a lightweight virtual machine called app connectors that are placed in front of these applications, whether it's in AWS, Azure. We have deep integrations with them. And since this person also brought up integrations with our ecosystem, I will add that we have very strong integration with identity providers and device security providers like Okta and CrowdStrike. Essentially, in your zero trust journey, not only if you're using Okta for MFA, you're moving to device security with CrowdStrike, and then you have Zscaler for your access security to the cloud. So in effect, for your end users or for your IT and security teams, you're providing an end-to-end secure solution where, starting from the user, the context of the user, the device, the context of the device, the risk score of the device, and the user is all taken into consideration before providing access into certain private applications, which are your crown jewels, and you don't want any data exfiltration from there.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, one final question, and then I'll have to wrap up with you. But this kind of tied in with our presentation there. And someone's asking, how do you see security evolving as users are connecting in office and remotely?
Yeah, hybrid workers are majority of the workers right now. There's lots of reports from McKinsey, which talks about increase in the number of hybrid workers. We're the same at Zscaler as well. We work few days in the office and few days from home. And as a user, you want to have consistent experience for the user connecting from home and connecting from the office. And that's exactly what Zscaler offers, where unlike if you had a VPN or firewall, like it's a different experience connecting from home. Whereas if you're in the office network, you think that all your employees are trusted and you give them full network access. With ZPA or Zscaler in general, the experience for a user, whether they're working from home or the office, is the same. And it's a zero trust model, whether they're working from home or in the office. And connectivity, the experience, security is all consistent. And even for the IT and security teams, you wouldn't have to create multiple security policies based on user location. So I think it's a win-win for the user as well as the security teams, because with great experience, you're also getting simplified policy management for security teams.
I love that. It's like we always think like, well, if they're in office, it's different than when they're not. But in the reality, you can treat everyone exactly the same and still have a really secure model to do it.
That's right.
Awesome. Okay, final moment is anywhere you want to direct the audience. If a nugget of wisdom you want to leave them with, or anywhere to follow up if they're curious to take some next steps with Zscaler.
Yeah, I would say come check out our website. We have lots of great information on our website. We also have requests for demo options as well. And I think we've provided some assets for you to have a look at as well here. So if you are considering moving away moving to a zero trust architecture, definitely check out our white papers as well as our website, and please request for a demo.
Awesome. Thank you. It's been so much fun. I enjoyed myth busting with you, and can't wait to have a great time with you and the Zscaler crew next time around.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Take care. All right. We did mention some assets there. Yes, in the handouts tab, we've actually got an ebook in there, which is titled Want to Secure Your Hybrid Workforce with ZTNA. Look for these 10 must-have capabilities. So it's short, it's snappy, it's well written. You can grab that there. And with that, we've got a couple more prizes to give away. So again, you've got to be live and present here at the webinar to win. So I'm hoping I see your name in the chat screaming, I won. And we've got our 6th gift card here for Amazon, $300, going out to Jaden Morrow from Texas. And then we have got our, sorry, that's it. You guys have got me distracted today. You'll have to wait a little. No, you're wrong. I'm wrong. I've got one more Surface Pro to give away. So next one is going out to Soham Ward from Texas. You guys, I think I'm nuts. I've got my things all mixed here. Okay, if you're excited and you're like disappointed, don't fret. We've got one more thing. This one is one more gift card going out. This is for Jeff Liakos from California. And again, I'm going to reread this whole list at the end. So if I've confused you at all and you didn't hear your name, you're good to go. All right, and with that, let's keep things zipping along. We've got our next presenter waiting in the wings. We have got Pure Storage in the house today. Super excited about this. From Pure Storage, we have got Kevin Rickson, who is the Director of Product Marketing. And Kevin, I am going to let you take it away. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Welcome, everyone, and we're so excited to be able to join another Actual Tech Media MegaCast. And what we're going to be focusing in on today, with the entire theme of simplifying IT, is getting your data to be more at your service, and specifically drilling in on automating storage to increase that IT simplicity. So again, welcome. My name is Kevin Rickson, product marketing here at Pure Storage. I've actually been at Pure, just celebrated my 8th year, and the company is coming up on the 15th year of being in business. So I've been here quite a bit, and hopefully you'll gain a little bit of the wisdom that Pure has been able to impart to other successful IT folks, and really get them to start slaying some of the complexity problems that they've had. And complexity in IT takes a lot of different forms. When you start looking at the different pressures that are bearing down on whether you're an IT operator or an IT executive, everything from the demands on your organization in being able to be more responsive for the business, to the roadblocks that you keep facing, they're both increasing. So whether it's application changes, new technology and business needs, I think artificial intelligence and how to leverage that within organizations is a perfect example of new technology arriving at the same time as the business need and a discovery process of how to actually leverage it. The old adage of where should the infrastructure be? Are you going, to the cloud and multiple clouds? Are you still having on-prem infrastructure, as many organizations are doing these days, taking more of a hybrid approach? And how do you find that balance? And then, just the speed of the organization and it's really the overall efficiency, but especially how IT can have an impact on, if you're building products, building systems that drive the business, to make sure that those developers are as fast and efficient as they can be. And then the roadblocks that most of these organizations are facing, everything from just rigid infrastructure that is inflexible, that pulls down the agility and flexibility and optionality that you need to be able to respond to new business needs, but also the complexity that's involved with that. Obviously, if you can't get from here to there, wherever their goal is, based on your current infrastructure, that's going to introduce quite a bit of complexity on what that journey is going to look like. And newer things like actually paying attention to how much energy costs there are in usage, whether it's for sustainability goals or just monitoring the bottom line. Operational expertise, we have a real shortage of folks who can manage more and more complex systems, and the move has definitely been in IT to try and get more toward generalists instead of specialists who can wear a few different hats, not just from a efficiency standpoint, but also for a speed of being able to throw more resources at new problems as they arise. And that all comes down to the standard challenges that we've always had in IT. We never have enough budget, there's never enough time, and there's never enough people to get everything done. So what IT is really looking for is agility, and I would say that complexity probably is the biggest block to agility. And this push toward simplifying IT infrastructure, especially when it comes to data and managing your data and managing the storage that's housing all your data, that's where it can really have a big impact. So let's dive in now, focusing just in on the challenges that most storage professionals and even their bosses and their bosses' bosses are thinking of when trying to get new technology put in and then making that data available to all the users who need it. First of all, it comes down to location. We talked about the move toward hybrid cloud. I mean, do I want this in the cloud? Do I want it on-prem? Do I want some of it in different places? Are there multiple data centers that you're trying to balance? Is it a matter of, well, let's put it where there's some existing capacity, but is the performance there as well? So all of those come to play. Configuration, how the system is actually going to be put together. Are there regulatory requirements that are going to, either drive the overall requirements or lessen the choices in how you can set things up? Are there particular configuration standards that your own organization has? Best practices? It really boils down to a standard question. Well, how should I actually go ahead and configure all this? Observability obviously has been a huge trend in IT, trying to make sense of everything that's going on within the infrastructure. Obviously, the biggest need for that is to make sure the systems are running and that data is available and that you're not suffering from downtime, and having enough of observability that you can spot problems before they actually start bringing down systems. And then just like the auditing side of it, of whose workload is this and how much capacity is it using, at what rate is it growing, what performance does it need, are we over, are we tasking it to a infrastructure that could be better used for another workload because of the capacity and performance requirements. And then, probably the biggest pressure on IT these days is cyber resiliency and the overall concept of data protection. Once you start getting into the nitty gritty and past the firewalls and all that, what is the RPO and RTO that's required here? Is it the kind of thing that could be, it's more backline data and you could refresh it within a day and a day's worth of information is fine? Or is it a frontline system that the business is actually running on, where those tolerances are much, much lower, and where the ability to restore is paramount more than anything else. All of this plays together, and especially when we start looking at the way storage has been configured and run in the past, it's been more about managing each of these systems individually. And that just adds even more complexity onto this, because every single workload, every single system may have not only different requirements, because obviously that needs to be taken into account, but different parameters based on the storage that's being used and the way that that infrastructure is set up. And is it on-prem or is it in the cloud? It's a real, I would say, like badly tuned fourth grade orchestra of complexity. That's really the having been a parent who had kids in fourth grade orchestra before, you really need to get everyone not only at performing to their best, but performing together. And any way that you can pull everything together into a common platform, a common pane of glass, a common management plane, that is really going to help with a lot of these issues. And this is really where Pure Storage comes in. With the Pure Storage platform, what we've done is taken a holistic view of all the different kinds of workloads and data types that you can be running, and then created from our very beginnings of the very first products that we delivered based on these concepts here. The idea that there's a baseline architecture that's designed to be upgraded, that is designed not to have planned downtime, that significantly reduces the overall exposure to downtime and greatly increases the reliability. And then on top of that, a unified infrastructure with a common operating system, common tools across the stack, so that it's the same experience. And that's really what leads to the next box there. You see effortless management at any scale. Without either of the lower building blocks, it becomes impossible to make sure that the folks who are actually managing your storage, and maybe you're even able to provide self-service out to the consumers of the data, like your developers, so that they can manage and provision their own data and storage when they need it based on the projects that they're working on, that starts becoming a reality. Because now you have a global data store, again, regardless of where it may actually physically be, that from the user's perspective is now much more simplified, and then all of that available as a service, regardless, again, of where it might be deployed. It could be on premises, it could be in the public cloud, which is what most people think of in the as a service experience. But how well does the on-prem actually match that same type of experience, and can it be hosted as well? That is the philosophy that we at Pure have brought to data storage and data management. And what this allows us to deliver to our customers is, as I said, this single management plane that greatly simplifies the process of going in and not only starting up your storage and provisioning it and getting it aligned with the needs of the organization, but then managing that over time, expanding it, making sure that you're not caught short by exploding workloads that need more performance and more capacity, that you can do modeling around those things, and all the way to having, even the subscription that you're using being managed within the same system. And the key to all of this is the automation that's built into those architecture layers that I mentioned. I mentioned there's one global storage operating system that we at Pure call Purity, of all things, which runs across all of our different products, but it also has a lot of built-in intelligence. There's a lot of things that in a traditional storage environment, you would expect to have to manually configure and handle things on your own that are now fully automated within the system. And again, that's been a design philosophy that Pure has taken from the very beginning. Our co-founder, when he presents about what our overriding mission has been at Pure, he always holds up a cell phone and says, our goal has been to make storage as simple as this amazing device that everyone carries with them, where you don't need a manual to understand how to operate it, and you don't need to have 9 months or a year on the job to understand how to make a phone call, or how to book something in your calendar, or how to install a new app. And that is truly the design philosophy that we've taken at Pure, is how much can we automate, and then how extensible can we make that automation so that it now is not only the kind of single pane of glass, but extensible to other parts of your infrastructure. As I said, it's embedded into all of the Pure arrays, and even our public web and hosted capabilities. So everything from metrics, just understanding the health of your system, to more importantly, how can you provision and manage your data regardless of where it is within your data estate. So your entire fleet can be managed from one pane of glass in a secure environment, and even allowing you to do it in a way where you can leverage the power of AI with our new AI Copilot feature that takes automation to an even further level, where now, as simple as the tasks are within this unified infrastructure and with this single pane of glass, now you can use natural language to find out, what is going on within your systems and how you can spin up new workloads and new serve up data to the users that need it in a secure fashion, which matches what our customers and the folks we've partnered with constantly tell us is, nobody wants to get rid of the expertise that they have in storage. Storage managers and administrators who have amassed this great knowledge of best practices, that's a very valuable asset. The trouble is there's only so many of those folks to go around. And what our customers have been able to do is bring on more generalists into their IT staff who now can take a lot of this load from, folks that used to have to spend all of their time just managing and making sure that the storage was performing to its best. What I usually refer to as keeping the lights on type work. Now, those seasoned professionals can now work on much more value add activities. I know one person in particular that I've known here at Pure for at least the last 6 or 7 years, a customer of ours at a university in Southern California, because he was able to clear so much of the mundane tasks off of his plate, he was able to tackle some very large data lake and other data needs for the research part of the university that he worked at. And in essence, got a promotion as part of that. So, the idea in doing more with less is, from a Pure perspective, is to make sure that more and more folks within the IT organization, or even the users of the data themselves, such as developers, can get a lot of the mundane tasks done either fully automatically or without having to have a ton of expertise in the systems. And what this drives is a lot more efficiency within the organization, and especially that agility that we're looking for because of the simplicity that's built in. I do want to touch on one other area too, which is we're not trying to automate everything completely from a, hey, one-size-fits-all type approach. Pure has always been an API-driven and open vendor that allows you to extend the power of this already incredibly powerful and easy-to-use platform into your specific needs. So things like being able to automatically manage your database backups, for example, to automate the migration of data across your data estate, to be able to use APIs to expose the state and monitoring of your storage within broader IT monitoring and management and observability tools that you may have. Orchestrating all the different parts of your IT infrastructure together, integrating with clouds, data protection. This is another very, very key one, making sure that, the data that you have, not just through the automatic safeguarding capabilities that we have, but through APIs, and then making sure that those API extensions, of course, are fully secure and that someone can't use them as a backdoor. These are all incredibly powerful tools, but I think the one area where most of our customers have had the most benefit is the specific extensions that we put on for technologies such as VMware and virtualization, and especially for modern apps and web-based distributed containerized apps through our Portworx capability, where there are just unbelievable power that can be added with some very, very basic scripting and customization that now, the example that I like to use is that, a lot of things like backups and provisioning new VMs, et cetera, that used to take someone, an hour or 2 hours or 3 hours or 5 hours, now takes a matter of seconds, or it's completely automated. And, this is when we get our customers and users together at our annual conferences called Accelerate. These sessions are always the most attended. And when we take, our brain trust out on the road for different events, again, most of the questions and the feedback that we get is on just how easy it is to extend the power of the Pure platform through automation. So, whether it's you're using things as they come out of the system and the platform and out of the box, ready to automate a lot of your processes, or whether you want to extend it, what it allows you to do is tackle those core problems that are facing IT right now, especially around, these big hairy problems, like how do we get our infrastructure ready for AI? How do we increase our cyber resiliency? How do we optimize for this new hybrid cloud environment and reality that we're adopting? and how do we modernize our apps, and move from the legacy application phase into modern containerized distributed apps. And these are areas where the more simple the interface, the less complexity that you have, basically the kind of things that a storage platform can deliver for you. This is where you're going to be able to tackle these problems faster with the staff that you already have, and have the flexibility to take on the new problems that may start arising. Pure has been around, as I mentioned, for we're going into our 15th year. We've been recognized as a leader by Gartner in their primary storage Magic Quadrant, and before that, the all-flash Magic Quadrant for now 10 consecutive years. And we're avidly waiting for the next iteration of this, and I'm sure Pure is going to continue to be recognized very highly there. We really do focus on delivering outcomes to our customers. We've gone into quite a bit of the technology and to give you an idea of how we can specifically tackle some of these issues. But, when you pull back the lens on where our customers have been able to, really be successful in IT, they're realizing much lower cost of ownership, 50% lower and higher, frankly, in a lot of cases. Much more power and space efficiency. The reliability is, I hear terms from our customers all the time like bulletproof, or the storage has basically just become invisible because we never have any problems with it. And this idea, as I said, with this expandable architecture that everything is built on, it never goes obsolete. The time savings that you get from the simplicity that we've talked about here is really important, and it allows IT to be able to do more with less. So if I was to encapsulate, why take a look at Pure, I think it comes down to the technology, as we've talked about, the idea that the storage never goes obsolete, and the fact that we are so relentlessly focused on our customer experience through, our customer support and services, and the extensibility that we're always putting into our products. Customers who have tried Pure love Pure. It's as simple as that. If you'd like to learn more, please feel free to either scan the QR code as you see it here on the screen, or you can just go up to purestorage.com/future, and you'll find out more. This link is also in the handouts. And with that, I think we can turn to some questions from the audience.
All right, sounds fantastic. Thanks for that. And we've got a good amount of questions here, so I'm going to pick your brain. I'm going to leave this QR up just for maybe another 30 seconds or so, and then I'm going to throw up a poll, so if anyone's looking for some additional information, they can let us know what. So just giving you guys a head up that if you want to scan it, go ahead and do that in the next little bit. And with that, Kevin, I've got some questions. So first one is saying, don't all storage vendors offer automation across their products? And so I'm guessing they're saying, what makes Pure different?
No, that's a great question. So, I think probably, sort of, kind of, maybe. I'm not an expert on all of the other storage vendors out there, but generally there's some type of automation or integration that's available. I think the biggest problem, though, is that most vendors take a patchwork style approach to their product stack, and I haven't seen anyone else deliver as holistic a platform that truly is built on, the same technology stack, with a unified architecture and a single pane of glass management plane across all, for all different data types and all the different workload requirements, differing levels of performance. And a lot of that comes down to the way that most legacy storage vendors have evolved over time. I mean, first of all of their products were started in the disk era, and then they just kind of threw in some SSDs and said, hey, look, all flash. Obviously, they've made different improvements over time and added new features and capabilities. But there's a lot of artificial segmentation between different products and product families under what they might refer to as a platform, but frankly is really just a menu of different products. And it's very hard to go from, let's say, like a product that was designed to handle a mid-range workload, and then suddenly it morphs into a high-performance workload. A lot of times that means you now need a completely different system. The management planes are often very different as well. And what Pure has done since we were born in the Flash age and built around simplicity as a driving factor, what we've heard back from our customers, again, don't take my word for it, is that it's a quantum leap in terms of the simplicity and the manageability of storage without the effort that was required before.
Wow. Very nice. I know you kind of touched on it there, but I have someone who asked, what is the difference between a platform and an array? Can you shed a little more light on that?
Yeah, no, that's a good way to break it down. So, I mean, array would literally be a physical box that's being used to provide, the core of the storage. And, if you're purchasing storage or even getting it as a service, I mean, and you want it in your data center, what's physically going to go in there is an array. But we have, a few different types of arrays. The difference is that, again, as I said, they're all designed around the same basic architectural principles, and most importantly, with the same operating system. Obviously, there are, the way some of the features are implemented under the covers might be a little bit different between some of our different products, but that's abstracted for the user. And then the other thing is that, there's no carve outs of, this subscription model is okay on this type of product or array, but not on these other ones over here. A platform truly does break everything down into the most simple way of looking at all of the storage that you might have within your entire data estate. Again, wherever it physically resides, even if it's physically residing, in a hyperscaler, in the public cloud, or in a hosted environment.
Awesome. Okay, quick question is, what databases are supported for API automation?
Great one. So all the likely suspects such as Oracle and SQL, but a lot of the modern databases as well, Mongo and and others. We have a full list of them up on our website that you can go take a look at, and we would be happy to follow up with you for any particular use case or need that you have.
Alrighty. Nice. Okay, my last question, someone here, and I feel this is very topical or very, of the moment. How does Pure use AI in management tools?
Okay, yeah. So I touched on that really briefly, but there's a couple of different ways. One is this new AI Copilot that we have, which is, in essence, a natural language interface to all of the different things that you can do. But I think what's even more powerful is what we do behind the scenes that delivers the what we call our proactive, predictive, and prescriptive support model, which again we've had from the very beginning. The vast majority of Pure Storage, of data that is housed on Pure Storage, that storage is configured to basically send telemetry back to an artificial intelligence engine that we leverage at Pure that then allows us to proactively reach out to our customers and let them know of potential risks. And basically what happens is when we have discovered an issue that may happen with a certain configuration, we can go through our user base and find anyone else who has a similar configuration and where the scenario is looking similar and let them know ahead of time. In fact, 80% of the quote unquote trouble tickets that we have in our customer support are generated by Pure. In other words, by that AI system that comes in and in essence lets people know proactively about a potential issue that may happen, how they can remediate it, and have it not turn into, God forbid, an outage, and maybe not even a performance hit or anything along those lines. And we're not aware of any other vendors who have anything along those lines. Theirs is much more of a, we won't call you, you got to call us type situation. And we're the exact opposite.
Awesome. Well, thanks for walking us through that. That was really great. We're pushing up against time, but any final call to action or final words for the audience here today?
Yeah, I would say, just understand that there are different approaches to storage that are available to you these days, and it always makes sense to take a good hard look at what's available out there. And we've got a lot of great resources for you to understand more, not just about Pure in general, but how IT and storage are changing these days. And you can find all of that at purestorage.com.
All right, excellent. Thank you so much. Pleasure to have you on, and thanks again for being here today.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
A pleasure. Take care. All right, I do have that poll up there. So if you're looking for any information from Pure Storage or about the Pure Storage solution, that's only going to stay up for a couple more seconds here. I've got another prize to give away. And this one is a $300 Amazon gift card. Again, you need to be live and present here at the webinar to win. And without further ado, we have a prize going out to Jeremiah Van Eyck, E-Y-C-K. Sorry, I'm not sure how to say that one. From Wisconsin. So huge congrats. And again, we'll be reaching out to all of you for your prize after the webinar and let you know how you can redeem it. And again, there are a whole slew of $50 best question gift cards. So one per session that are going out to whoever had the best, the most insightful, the most timely, the most wonderful question. So as we go into our final presentation here, keep those questions coming. We have one more Q&A session here, one more incredible presenter to wrap up this already very, very MegaCast. And with that, I am going to bring onto the stage from Hewlett Packard Enterprise, Sanjay Jagad. He is HPE's Vice President of Product Management for HPE Storage. And with that, Sanjay, I'm going to kick things over to you, and then I'm going to join you for some Q&A at the end. So the floor is yours. Take it away.
Hey, super. Thank you very much. I know it's last, but I think it's what we call save the best for the last, right? So super excited to be here. I think just getting started. Today's we're part of this MegaCast. Our focus here is to talk about our HPE's new HPE Timeless program that allows us to go and offer a transformed ownership experience for our customers. Before we go into the details, let's just talk briefly about why this is important. As you all know, right? And I think many presenters before me have said this, the IT dynamics are changing rapidly. And customers are faced with unprecedented challenges, whether it's about data modernization to support some of their AI initiatives, whether it's just to deal with all the evolving or needs around modern applications and workloads that are more dynamic than our traditional legacy workloads and databases. There's also this increasing threat around cyber threat, ransomware threats, and the need to protect the data, which is the most valuable asset in most of our IT environments. And then about sustainability and our goals around being green. Right, the most important factor in all of this pieces is also about the fact that most customers that I have interacted with and talked to always talk about how their operation budgets are slashing or getting lower, and the alignment, and this is not aligned with the needs from a business perspective to meet some of those critical demands. Right, and this has put tremendous pressure on the storage part of their infrastructure. Right, storage, as we know in the past, where data rested, lived, is changing to where now data comes alive. Hence, the need for a program like HPE Timeless that basically transforms the ownership experience and delivers the ultimate peace of mind for our customers who are looking for mitigating some of the risks that we talk about, and at the same time also maximizing their investment in their infrastructure, which is storage. So let's move forward and talk about this. Now, as I mentioned, right, in order for us to transform the ownership experience, actually, one of the things that I wanted to talk about was, like, in order to do this, we needed to actually break down some of these legacy paradigms on how storage systems were built and architected. If you look at it, all vendors in the market today, when it comes to block storage, still have the same old legacy designs, which is like you have a box, you have two controllers, you have drives attached to it, then you have some form of active, non-active, active, passive, and so on and so forth. Now, what that does is it basically does not help address how the infrastructure needs to evolve when your needs cross the certain boundaries that box can capable of. And to do some of the things that are needed, like, and I was talking about data modernization efforts and supporting AI needs and evolving modern application, it is required to have a new approach, an approach that basically reimagines the primary storage offering to align with the evolving needs of your applications, workloads, data at scale, dynamicity of your environment, and cost. HPE has done that with its latest HPE GreenLake for block storage with Alletra MP. Now, this is very important, and this is the foundation of this timeless programs, and I just want to spend some time on this. We have built this new architecture. I call it purpose-built cloud-native architecture that leverages the principles of disaggregation and composability to scale, compute, capacity independently. Like now, taking the advantage of the latest technologies around NVMe Fabric and the ability to build this highly robust, scalable architecture that basically allows you to introduce newer technologies, like, whether it's compute, network, disk. We talked about the impact of flash, but now flash has become ubiquitous, right? But is tomorrow, when things change and GPUs are introduced, how are you going to incorporate that into your storage seamlessly so that you can maximize the value that they bring without any disruptions, without any forklift upgrades, without any migration, right? It has to simplify the operations with the use of AI to not only just do the support experience that most vendors talk about, like, how you can automate the support cases, but also to free up our customers' valuable resources from an IT operations perspective so that they can move away from the mundane day-to-day operational tasks, which can be easily automated through guided AI models, and have them focus their valuable IT resources on what matters most, which is bringing the value to the company's bottom line. Right? Taking those resources, freeing up those resources, they can be spent on newer initiatives around data modernization and AI, right? As I mentioned, the legacy storage architectures make this incorporations of new technology and the evolution of your infrastructure more painful. It requires costly refreshes, migrations, downtime. And with HPE Timeless program, basically what we are trying to do is overcome some of this legacy storage pain points, right? Whether you want to talk about upgrades, migrations, or disruptive downtimes, while giving you a platform that you can modernize for the future, right? So let's jump into what HPE Timeless program does. HPE Timeless program solves these challenges that we are referring to and offers customers a transformed ownership experience. The program leverages the new architecture, as I mentioned, to offer various SLAs and guarantees under a single umbrella program for the ultimate peace of mind. First, as you can see in this slide, the program comes with a no question asked 30-day satisfaction guarantee. We are so confident in what we have built on this new platform and this new architecture. You can buy this at a peace of mind and be able to have 30 days of satisfaction guarantee, and you can return it. Second, as as most of the vendors today do, right, when it comes to storage efficiency, dedupe, compression, clones, snapshots, those have become ubiquitous. What we try to do with this is we offer industry's most comprehensive store more guarantee, right? Then this is not only just about dedupe, compression, and all those things and having to reduce your basically physical storage footprint, but because of this architecture, if you think about it, you have a disaggregated scale out architecture with shared storage. Now with shared storage and our ability to consolidate, we can combine and deliver better efficiencies and reduce your storage footprint further. Hence the point about new store more guarantee and the assurance that it delivers industry leading space saving efforts that we can do. Third component of this, as most of you already know, HPE is the only storage vendor that today offers this 100% data availability guarantee. Now, what does this mean? The idea here is very simple. We, because of our architecture and because of the way we offer an active environment and a shared storage environment, we can assure you that your system literally does not go down. It is 100% data available all the time. Customers can now run their demanding workloads with confidence of having a storage infrastructure that will be always available to them, right? So that you can minimize these impacts on your infrastructure and your businesses by making sure that the infrastructure always delivers when it comes to storage. The fourth thing that we also need to understand is when HPE offers their solutions, a part of our software subscription is inclusive of all our data services and capabilities, whether it's on the array, whether it's in our GreenLake cloud platform, whether it's because the whole AI ops capabilities or all the other features, functionalities that allow you to simplify your operations and environment and to run some of those workloads in a way that allows for you to maximize your investment. And last, but the most important component of this program is, like I said, the ability to refresh your controllers, your systems, without the need for those expensive forklift upgrades and migrations, right? This is possible because of this reimagined architecture that we have, the disaggregated composable block storage offering. I think HPE, if you look at it, is the only vendor from a primary storage perspective in the block world that has this architecture. And as I said earlier, right, we need to move away from some of those legacy storage paradigms where we talk about HA systems in the box and to think about how the storage needs to be changed and evolved to meet some of these demanding workloads. Based on some of the discussions that I've had with the customers, one thing that our customers can see is because of this architecture, we can by confidently say that, you will get about 30%, up to 30% or even more savings when it comes to doing tech refreshers, right? And if you look at from an overall TCO perspective, with the consolidation from different workloads into the scale out component, along with this tech refresh, you can easily expect up to 50% or more savings on your storage investments. Now let's dig into this a little bit more and understand what does this mean and what is this architecture that I keep talking about. So how does this work? First thing first, depending on what our customer requirements are, customers can start as small as a single box, a 2-node box, and as low as 8 drives. Now, if a customer has a need that where their storage needs to scale and grow, you can now add drives as small as two drive increments up to 16 JBOFs, right? So you can keep adding your capacity and make your capacity fulfill your capacity needs. Now you may say, hey, I need more performance. Well, I'll give you options to upgrade your controllers non-disruptively, hot swappable to a higher version of the controller so that you can get more performance, right? Now the point here is, well, I'm maxing out and I need to scale out and deliver more because my applications need more performance or capacity. Well, I can convert my existing systems to be a scale out system and add one controller at a time, up to 8 controllers, so that I can scale the performance 8 times, almost linearly, so that I can keep the demands of the application served and be able to deliver seamless scale of performance and capacity up to 16 JBOFs in that single cluster without adding any risk, downtime, upgrades, and migrations. Not only that, let's say you start off with an environment. In 3 years, as we all know, right? The TikTok, the CPUs, the network technologies, and the disk are evolving, right? You can bring in the next generation of compute and controllers, mix and match them so that eventually you can, if needed, you can transition toward the next generation without even bringing the cluster down and slowly retire some of the older controllers and CPUs and IOMs that you don't need so that your infrastructure is literally an always-on infrastructure. This architecture and the way we have implemented this makes this timeless program much more valuable. It literally offers you an always-on infrastructure that basically gives you 100% data availability guarantee, gives you industry-leading storage efficiencies in a shared storage environment so that you can maximize the value of your storage infrastructure and get the best value out of it at the lowest cost, right? As I said earlier at the start of my presentation, we are in this interesting time where infrastructure needs are changing, right? Gone are the days of storage where data just lives, right? Storage is where data comes to life. And in order for us to make sure that, that happens, storage needs to be reimagined. And we need to go and break down those old legacy architecture paradigms that most storage vendors have. And HP has taken this bold step in building this new GreenLake for block storage with Alletra MP on this disaggregated composable scale-out architecture that allows you to go and meet your most demanding needs while giving you a transformed ownership experience. So looking forward to, if there's any interest, please reach out. Headed back to you for if there's any other questions.
Absolutely. Yeah, we've got a little bit of spare time here, so I'm excited. We can probably get through a good chunk of these. I'm gonna throw up our poll here. So if anyone is looking to do some next steps with HPE, basically, what are you looking for them to help you with? Participating in a workshop or demo, 15-minute conversation with a specialist, providing a case study, discussing POC opportunity, providing pricing information, request for more educational info, or maybe nothing at this moment. So take a look at that, and yeah, let's dive into some of these questions. Okay, Sanjay, first one I've got is a little bit, a simple question, but who knows how large the answer will be. What is a timeless architecture?
Timeless architecture is what I was referring to as a new way of looking at storage, right? As I mentioned, legacy storage designs are basically about having an appliance with 2 controllers, and then you have a way to swap them out. But if you think about it, you're still bottlenecked to what that box can do from a mid-plane perspective and what generation of PCI mid-plane does it support. And that becomes the bottleneck. The new timeless architecture, which is a disaggregated scale-out composable architecture, which leverages the NVMe fabric as the backplane, where you can now add controllers and JBOFs and scale them independently, mixing and matching different generations if I have to, so I can go beyond the generation and not be compromised or limited with what that single box can do. So it changes the way storage systems are built, designed, and what value it can offer in terms of literally an always-on infrastructure with 100% data availability and industry-leading storage efficiency.
All right, excellent. Okay, next question I've got is from Howard. He's asking, he says, you talked about the store more guarantee and the efficiency it provides. Can you speak to the technologies and performance metrics behind that?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, and one thing I want to bring up here, right? Storage efficiency technologies like dedupe, compression, clones, thin provisioning has been around for quite some time. And it's become literally ubiquitous, right? Every vendor does that. Now, they do have certain different implementations in terms of how they can do this, but most of the vendors, if you look at it today, offer some form of guarantees around 4:1 or 5:1. I think it is also fair to say and assume that, the way these technologies work, people will get this, and it's all workload dependent. The one thing that I will say is different is when you have a shared storage environment where each and every controller in a disaggregated scale out can see each and every disk, right? And you're not creating these silos with an HA construct with different boxes. You now have the ability to extend some of those efficiency technologies to the next level where you are not creating copies of data so that your applications can scale across two different systems, right? The shared storage brings in inherent efficiencies. And then when you combine that with technologies like dedupe, compression, and clones, you are now going to be able to reduce the storage footprint without compromising the performance. In fact, you can even reduce the failovers and all those things because all of those controllers are stateless in a disaggregated architecture.
All right. So speaking of guarantees, someone here is asking, how can HP truly guarantee 100% data availability?
That's a great question. Like, I've had this question asked multiple times. And I think we can guarantee because the way we have architected this, we have ways to ensure the availability of your storage and your data is the primary design factor in our architecture, right? Like I said, the shared storage architecture, the true active, ensuring that you have a way to always accommodate failures around controllers, drives, through technologies like RAID and erasure coding, and as well on the controller side with the shared storage, you can ensure, and obviously you have to make sure that you are designing this correctly. We can guarantee that the data will always be available to you as long as you have architected and designed this correctly.
Awesome. Yeah, and it's interesting because there's so much being talked about now with just kind of different forms of cloud storage and remote. So, having HP here to still be doing this thing in a very technical, evolved way is great. And that's one of the benefits, I'd say.
I think it's fun. I've been in the storage, sorry to chime in, but I've been doing storage for 35 plus years, right? I've done storage across different companies. And storage is a small world, right? When it comes to technology companies that offer this. And I truly believe, right, because of where we are in the landscape of how the data, AI, and the workloads are evolving, storage needs to change, right? Every 10 years, you get this phenomena where, we went from the old school engineered systems to hyper-converge. But now with the advancements in NVMe and the technology and what is possible with the fabric, I think it's time that storage designs change. And this is super exciting if you are in the storage space and if you're in this space, what is possible.
Yeah. And well, I I have a question in the queue about this, but also anything, like you're seeing trend wise or projection wise with kind of what's shaking up the storage industry.
I think there are multiple factors. Like I said, right, the storage definition, in my opinion, has changed, right? Storage has become a place where data comes alive, right? Because people are trying to figure out what data I have and how do I get it intelligent and derive value from it. Not only that, right? The way the infrastructure and the applications are so distributed, like now data is on the edge, in the core, in the cloud. This architecture that we are talking about brings in that true SDS-like capability, but in a way that I can run the same storage architecture solutions in the cloud, in the core, or in your data centers or in a colo, right? All centrally managed through GreenLake Cloud Platform to provide that seamless hybrid cloud experience, right? You don't have to deal with multi-cloud, like, different hyperscaler frameworks in terms of how you manage them, deploy them. Like, there was this whole phenomena about 5 to 10 years ago where like cloud first, and people do have that, but people also are realizing that that is not the be all end all, right? I need a hybrid environment for various reasons, or I need a multi-cloud environment for various reasons. In fact, I've had customers who have come and told me like, hey, I need to repatriate some of those things. But the ability to give them that seamless control where they can decide what needs to go in cloud, which cloud, what needs to stay on-prem, and what other services like AI services or other data services that I need to run that can be managed through HPE GreenLake Cloud Platform is a huge differentiator. And I think this is where the market is heading, where giving them the cloud-like data services experience, management experience, operational experience, and the freedom to deploy and have their storage, whether it's on the edge, in the core, or in the cloud.
Yeah. So I love that. Thank you. Speaking about that, I have a question here about the HP GreenLake and how it incorporates AI and automation to optimize resource usage and operational efficiency. Can you shed light on that a little bit further?
Oh, absolutely. I would love to. This is my favorite topic, right? I think if you probably know this, right? HPE started talking about AI and automation when through some of these technologies in Nimble, right? We were probably the leader when it comes to AI ops. But it's not just about the support experience and creating signatures and automated case creation and then be able to resolve them automatically. That has been done. What is more important now is to combine some of this evolution on AI and bringing that model to go and simplify the operational elements, whether it's your day zero, day one task, whether it's about we have certain capabilities like, say, intent-based provisioning. Like if I just go and look at it, like when I want to create a volume, what does the IT admin have to go through? They need to go and figure out, okay, work with the application guys, understand their performance requirement, understand their scale requirements. They need to find out the underlying resources where they need to be placed, whether that needs to be replicated, and we have all those things. I can simplify all of those things by building an AI model through all the data points that I have across millions of storage devices that are out there, and be able to tell them, this is where you need to place this workload so that it can get you the best that you are looking for. And this is how your workloads will be deployed. So things like that, where you now have intent-based provisioning, you have workload recommendations, you have an ability to detect drifts in the application workloads, and then be able to adjust dynamically the QoS and so on and so forth. This is now possible because the AI and the models have evolved, and we have thousands and millions of data points that makes it easy for us to now continuously update our models and then make it operationally integrated as part of our AI ops story so that the customers can benefit and save from those mundane day-to-day tasks where they don't need to spend their cycles. Like things that take hours or days should be done in seconds.
Amazing. I personally despise mundane tasks, so this is music to my ears.
Nobody wants to do them.
Why am I doing this again? Like, this is so no. So I love it. I love it. I love to hear. I think that's what HP is so fascinating for me, is like it's been around for so long. It started in a very early era of computing, and it's still relevant and pushing the boundaries. So
We have
thank you for sharing
evolved,
everything.
and our leadership has made sure that we evolved. So really, really exciting time right now.
Awesome. Any final words? Any final call to action for the audience today?
I said, if you just go and have a look at HP GreenLake for block storage with Electra MP, if you need any more insights into what this architecture can deliver and what it is, reach out. We'll be more than happy to walk you through this. We'll show you exactly how HP can save you money and how you can benefit and help you achieve your business objectives that you're looking for.
Awesome. Thank you, Sanjay. I really appreciate you coming on and sharing everything today. And with that, I'll let you go.
It was fun. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Take care. All right. So we've had that poll up for a little bit. We are going to take it down in just a quick second. So this is your last poll. Thank you all so much for being interactive, asking questions, answering these polls, making comments, joking. This has been a lot of fun today. I do want to remind you about that handout section. All the handouts from all the vendors are in there. So if you hesitated, you didn't get over there yet, and you do want to grab anything for safekeeping or to review later, now is the time. In terms of HPE, there's an infographic there overviewing HPE Electra Storage and HPE GreenLake. So you definitely want to check that out there. And again, it's short, it's snappy, it's concise, it's everything you need to know. So do grab that. And this is our final prize drawing. So if you've been holding out, fingers crossed, bated breath, again, you do need to be live and present for these final prizes. But we've got our 8th and final gift card going out to Oliver Hemming from Georgia. And our 4th surprise Surface Pro going out to Steve Harris from California. And I'm just going to recap all of the winners today. So if you did miss your name being called, do not fret. We've got this here for you. So gift cards, again, there's a lot here. So I'm going to go as quickly as I can. Went out to Aditya Varshni from Oregon. Went out to Dave House from Texas. Asmir Hodzik from Michigan. Elena Misheneva from Texas, Jeremiah Van Eyck from Wisconsin, Tung Nguyen from Colorado, Jeff Lykos from California, and Oliver Hemming from Georgia. And the 4 Surface Pros went out to Patrick Galvoa from Massachusetts. We've got Andrew Rossetti from Maryland. We've got Soam Ward from Texas, and the 4th and final went off to Steve Harris from California. Again, big congrats to all of you. We're going to be reaching out after today's MegaCast to let you know how you can collect those prizes. And again, we've got 8 $50 gift cards for the best questions from each session. So again, thanks for that. Great to see all those questions. Really got me thinking and led the conversation in interesting directions as well. Now, if you have been on the webinar today and you would like to chat with us about presenting at a future summit, EcoCast, or MegaCast webinar, we would love to hear from you. You can reach out via email at connect@actualtechmedia.com, and we can start the conversation there. You can find out a little bit more. And with that, on behalf of the Actual Tech Media team, I want to thank our speakers from Informatica, Scale Computing, ControlUp, Okta Nutanix, Zscaler, Pure Storage, and HPE. What a crew for making this MegaCast possible. And of course, a special thank you to all of you for attending the MegaCast today, for asking some great questions and really bringing up the engagement around this conversation. It's been a fun conversation exploring how to simplify IT and which technologies can help you boost your efficiency. I hope you've all gotten some interesting ideas and tips. I hope you feel a little bit more informed or equipped to tackle and implement some of these opportunities and challenges at your organization. And most of all, I hope you had a little bit of fun with me today. And before you take off, if you did enjoy yourself today, mark your calendars. You can pop back tomorrow. It's a little bit shorter and sweet. I don't know if it's sweeter, but it is shorter and sweet. But we have an EcoCast on best practices. So this is a best practices series talking about the implementing of advanced threat detection. So for those of you who answered those first polls, and we're about 40% looking for security, and a bunch of you looking at best practices, this might be the perfect intersection of those things for you. Again, Thursday, September 12th at 12 p.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. And that is that. I hope to see you all again soon. And until then, I am wishing you all an absolutely magical rest of your day. Take care, everybody.